lost if it's not being by yourself. I won't be gentle to the body on the shelf. It's only water, it's only fire, it's only love. It's only slaughter, we're only liars, it's only blood. They're only forced
Yep. We're recording. What's going on, everyone? How you doing? Welcome back to day 2 of the Retire in 10 Years Summit. I want you to come over to the comments, come down to the chat. Let me know that you can hear me all right, that we don't have any of the gremlins again chewing on the power cables. Let me know how you guys are doing. Can you guys hear me? Come over to the side. Sounding great. Awesome. How am I looking? Yeah, I showered today just for you, Scott. You guys can hear me okay? You guys can see me all right? Hey, yesterday was absolutely fantastic and incredible. I want to know, as we kick off today, what your guys' top takeaways were from yesterday. And you might be like, oh my gosh, that was so amazing. It's hard for me just to have one, Steve. What is that? And I totally get that. But come over to the side. I want to make sure that you guys can say, hey, here's the top takeaway. The reason I'm so strong on this, I'm not just saying this for fun. I actually, funny enough, I barely graduated high school. I actually was Mercy graduated. I got all D's in every English, science, math, foreign language, every single one of the stem cells, STEM subjects. I got D's in everything, and I wasn't dumb. I just didn't know how to study. And when I went to my first semester of college, I also got kicked out because I just didn't know how to study. I had to wait 4 years to go back to school before they would reset my GPA and actually go back to school. And when my issue was that I just didn't learn how to learn. Anyone else? Don't talk about? I didn't know how to learn. Um, and when I finally did, I got a little bit addicted to it, and they actually had to force me to graduate school. They're like, you got too many credits. But one of my tricks for going from literally an entire childhood of straight F's and D's to near straight A's the whole time in college was this concept called cementing. And cementing meant that whenever I learn something, I have to turn around and I have to teach it to somebody else as fast as possible to prove that I know it. All right. So I'm asking you, top takeaway in the comments, in the chat, what are those things that you guys are like, man, yesterday this was amazing? This is literally, this is science. Okay? This is a retention strategy that will make sure that you know what we talked about yesterday and make sure you actually retain it longer, much longer. All right. So top takeaway, put it over in the side. Let me know what that is. I took this principle so seriously that I remember I would walk out of like macroeconomics classes or whatever. I'd walk into the elevator, and there'd be some random girl there, and I would be like, doors would close, and I'd be like, I got to teach someone something that I learned recently, otherwise I will forget it. Right? Sometimes I call the principle learn for two. I'm learning for me and for someone else. Learn for two, learn for two. I got to cement this. So I was standing in the elevator, and I would literally just turn to the girl and be like, "Do you know the formula for GDP?" I would just teach whoever I needed to, whatever I needed to, just to get it out, so I knew that I knew it, and it was how I would cement. So let me know top takeaways. So we've got loud and clear. My takeaway was disobey average by being extraordinary. Absolutely. Some of the mindset things yesterday were just like world class. I mean, I was taking notes myself. I was like, that is incredible. Amazing. What are the takeaways? What are those top things you're like, my gosh, that was absolutely incredible. And I'm so glad that I was able to come yesterday. I thought for me, I loved the math of that story that Ryan told where he went and he got 17 houses his first year. And then he got busy with the rest of life for 3 years. And he's like, oh, yeah, I own real estate. Remember, he went and then he started with private lenders cashing out different and getting the equity, not cashing out, but getting the equity or cash out refis. He was getting his money out of those the equity that had just risen, and he went and he actually got 38 properties now, right? I was like, I literally went back last night home to my wife, and I was like, let's go. This is exciting. I was like, we can do that. You know, isn't it interesting that most of us, it's not that we want to be a millionaire, we want the lifestyles that a millionaire has, which means that just means we need cash flow, not big bundles of money sitting in our bank accounts, right? So right over here, the economics history was really interesting too. Isn't that fascinating, Christine, to see how things are rising? And then he comes in, he's like, I'm gonna switch the whole thing, I'm gonna flip this. Now we're just gonna use inflation to our advantage and get all this phantom money coming inside of our life. That's incredible. I love that. That was so amazing. Someone asked about recordings. Yeah, I think we got 500 gigs of stuff yesterday, so we're just compressing it and we're making it pretty for you guys. We'll get the replays out as fast as we possibly can. Cool. What other? Give me one more. What was your top takeaway from yesterday? You're like, man, that one concept, that one thing that'd be really helpful for me as I as I start my real estate and investing and really my passive income journey. I want to just say really cool how exciting it is as well. We hit number one in 3 different categories as bestsellers yesterday. How cool is that? That's up to you guys. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. We had a huge, we all just cheered like crazy in the studio when we saw that. Number one in 3 different categories. So thank you so much for your trust. I know how much time, effort, and energy and literal experience has been poured into this book. So thank you so much. When it shows up, what I want to do is I want to encourage you to set aside just 20 minutes a day to sit down and just study the book and then spend the next 40 applying what you read. Don't just read it, do it, right? And so if you create that cadence, that's an hour a day. Each one of us can do that to just get through and actually start chewing through the book. Use a pen, get in a private spot, and create a cadence for yourself for actually going through and digesting this. The first book I ever did that to changed my life because I took it serious, right? And I took notes from it. So thank you so much. That's you guys. And we're so grateful and appreciative for your trust as well. Awesome. I see one other one that just popped up here. Another takeaway: I was blown away by the information given yesterday about how stock market racket. Isn't that maddening? That's how it works, right? That is exactly how it works. I went for several years was in stocks and options tradings, and one of the reasons I stopped doing it was because I was like, this is literally it's not investing, it's speculating. It's not investing, right? All right, guys, you guys ready to jump into today? We're super excited for today. Before we actually jump into what we're going to, we actually have Robert Allen who has an announcement he wants to come up and bring forward to you guys. So, guys, if you could go ahead over to the comments, tell me, give me Robert in the comments right there. We'll bring Robert up here, and we'll see what he's got for us as well. Ready for this? All right, guys, help me welcome to the stage the one and only, the legend, and the one who's given more than he needs to, Mr. Robert Allen.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. Hello, those on the chat right here. Thank you for joining us on this second day. We got another very important day tomorrow, so it's my chance to chat with you today. My books that have sold millions. Why write another book on real estate? Wrote Nothing Down, the all-time best-selling real estate book. Wrote it came out in 1980 and it's been refreshed many different times. If you look at an original version of my book, I talk about $50,000 houses, and if you go find an old original version, it was published in 1980. And then the next version came out in 1985 and then 1990 in the year 2000. And I had to keep doubling the prices on these to refresh, to re-release that book to another generation. And now it's been about 10 years since I wrote the last version of it. I got to re-release it again. I don't change almost any of the principles throughout it. I just change the numbers of the properties. And so this is a lesson for you. You want to buy properties, you want to hang on to them, and you want them to take you to financial freedom. So when Ryan approached me a couple of years ago, and he said, "Robert, it was your book that I read, and it changed my life." And I remember the first time somebody said that to me. I had just published my book, Nothing Down, and I would go to a seminar and they would come up to me, and I was younger. I didn't really understand the influence that a book can have. And I thought I was just write a book and I'm going to let people read it. And I didn't really, I didn't expect that someone would come up to me and say, "Your book changed my life." I wasn't wise enough to really look that far in the future. And this was, almost 50 years ago now. And I've had tens of thousands of people say those words to me. And it's very profound. It's very, very profound. Now, this book, the Retire in 10 Years book, the content about real estate is going to be different in here than you would read in Creating Wealth or in Nothing Down. Because back then we didn't have a lot of the things that we do today. So back then I'm thinking like an entrepreneur. Remember, I told you yesterday that 85% of the people are employee minded and 15% are Well, what are they minded? They're freedom oriented. That's what they really want. If you are an employee, you want security. You want that stream of income coming into you until you retire. You want to have your money put into a 401k. Hopefully it'll grow to 1 million or 2, by the time you get ready to retire. But entrepreneurs are very different. They want freedom, and they want to control. They want to do their own thing. They want to be the boss. They don't want to work for a boss. They want to be the boss. And so when I wrote those books, I was thinking in that way, because when I graduated from BYU with my master's in business administration, I was ready to go out in the corporate world and become an employee. Like my dad was an employee until he retired. He got his gold watch when he was 65. And that's the only experience I had seen. I had never seen anybody besides my father. My grandfather had died. Oh, he was an entrepreneur. He started the store in my little town of Raymond, Alberta, Canada, the mercantile store. And he was very wealthy and very, very entrepreneurial. But I'd never seen it because he died before I was born. And so all I saw was my dad going to work every day, coming back every day. I thought, I guess what I want to do. I'm going to go get my MBA, find a corporate job. And unfortunately, when I sent my applications to the 30 major corporations in the world, in America anyway, General Foods, General Mills, General Electric, General Motors, and generally everybody I sent my letter to generally sent me back the same letter, which is, generally, Robert, you don't belong in our company. We don't want you. And I thought, I've spent 6 years in university to get this job, and nobody wants me. This is terrible. And I looked at those 30 letters laying on my bed, literally all 30 of them, piled them on my bed right in front of in my little apartment. I looked at these 30 letters and I said, wait a minute. Who are these people who signed their names to tell me that they didn't think I qualified to work with them? What did they see in me that let them know that I didn't belong in their company? I said, one day I'm going to make more money than all 30 of these people combined. I was furious. I was pissed. And I did what an entrepreneur does. An entrepreneur, when somebody tells you can't do it, you come right back and you say, watch me. Watch me. And so as I looked at these letters, I said, well, okay, if you don't want me, what am I going to do? Well, I had read a book in my brother-in-law's library. He was a very wealthy gentleman, and he got a cancer of the brain at 42 years old, 7 children, but he'd done it right. He'd set them up. He'd set those kids up with real estate that he bought and tax and streams of income he had set up, so that every one of those 7 children at 42 years old, he had set them up so that they would all be able to go throughout to university, all the way through college, without having to spend a single dime. And this is what happens when you are really wealthy, when you're not just spending every dime you make. And so I saw in his library that book on real estate investing, and I popped into my head as I looked at all those 30 letters. I said, what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to go invest in real estate. And that's exactly what I did. I left my career. I went into my personnel, or my MBA director, and he looked at me and he said, Robert, we've trusted you with our name here. You're supposed to go out in the corporate world and give credit to where you got your education, and we find out that you are not even going to continue in the career that we've trained you to do. You're going to leave it. And I made a decision based upon a hunch. And that hunch was, this is not my life. This is not my future. I've trained for it, but I had this intuitive surge that it was time for me to go buy real estate. But I didn't have any money. I didn't have a job. I didn't have any credit. I didn't have any of that. And so the first thing I did is I found a mentor, somebody in my church group who was part of our bishopric, we call it. And he was a very, very rich guy. He'd built a lot of apartment buildings out in Southern California, and he'd moved to Utah. And I went to Paul and I said, Paul, I need a mentor. And it was one of the smartest things I ever did, because I decided I didn't know enough. And when you're starting out brand new, you don't know enough. You only know enough to make all the stupid mistakes that all beginners always seem to make. And when you find the right mentor, that mentor directs you away from the paths that you don't want to get stuck in, because the mentor has already made all the mistakes. And therefore, they can tell you, don't do this, do that. They give you, it's a shortcut. It's really kind of like leverage. When you have the leverage of their knowledge, you get to go faster to where you want to go. So this book we call, the 10 years to retirement, retire in 10 years, is because not only we're going to give you a system and tell you exactly what we have learned from our vast experience of good and bad mistakes. We made massive mistakes, but things that you need to do. The system is there, but there's two things you need to add to that system. Yes, you can read it and do it all by yourself. It'll be DIY, do it yourself. Good, go for it. You're going to get involved in it, and you'll figure out that, hey, there are some things you just don't know. So number one, you need a mentor. Now, obviously, we are your mentors, because as you read our book, we'll share with you what we've learned. But you need somebody that you can ask questions to, somebody that can answer all your stupid questions, because you don't get those stupid questions asked, then you don't take action. If you don't take action, that's the dumbest question of all. And then the second thing you need is you need a community of people around you, people who are doing it, who are climbing the mountain with you, and they are your peers, and they are literally at kind of the same level you are. They're learning from their mentors. You come together as a group, you kind of climb together, you're networking with each other. When someone succeeds, you watch them succeed. When somebody fails, you watch them fail. They can share with you what they learned. First piece of real estate, the only person I had was my mentor. And I went to him and I said, should I buy this property I just found? I only have $1,000 from 1,000 my dad gave me for my graduation present. And all I have is that $1,000, no cash, no job, no income, no assets, nothing. What should I do, Paul? And I showed him the property, and he advised me. He said, yeah, this is a good one. This one right here. Well, he could see, but I couldn't see it. I really didn't know if it was a good one or a bad one. Um, he just said, the thing he said to me was, I'd rather see a crooked furrow than a field unplowed. How was that for great advice? In other words, out there and just get involved in it. And I turned around and flipped it. I sold it immediately. I turned my $6,000 in about 6 weeks. Yesterday I was staying on the stage. The house cost me like $28,000. Today it's worth $500,000. I flipped it to get the cash because I didn't have any cash to live on. But I took that cash and I went and bought a 7-unit apartment building. And then I took the money from the selling of that to buy a 12-unit apartment building. And I parlayed that $1,000 into one property, 2 or 3, 4 or 5, eventually dozens of properties all around Provo, Utah, till I became a millionaire. It took me about 3 years to do that. No, I was just 100% aggressive at this. And remember, I am an entrepreneur, making money in every way possible way I can. And many of you are employees. You have a job. You are working at a job maybe you enjoy. And so what we're teaching you here is on the side, without you having to go and fix up and take care of a property, you set it up so that it's passive investing. And Ryan's going to go real deep on that here with you today. So for me, when I made my first million, it was because I took a huge risk. And my risk was based on my intuition. My intuition said, it's time to do real estate now. It's time for you to buy property now. Don't go to the corporate world. Don't do that. You have done that. Most of you most of you, 85% of you, are employees. Some of you are entrepreneurs, and therefore you want to do this full time and go at it. But most people are going to do what we teach here in this book, part time. You're going to do it on the side. It's going to be your side hustle. But if you're finding and fixing up these properties by yourself, managing them by yourself, get into trouble. And so when Ryan shared with me his story of taking the book that I wrote, Creating Wealth, following this simple plan I put in there, buy 2 houses a year for 10 years, he said, this is my plan. This is what I'm going to do. And as he shared with you yesterday, bought his first 3 properties and he almost killed it because he was doing it the way I recommend it for entrepreneurs. Most of my books are written for that 15% of the world who really wants to make serious money. My book, 1 Minute Millionaire, my book, Creating Wealth, my book, Multiple Streams of Income, Cash in a Flash. All these books are generally primarily focused towards the entrepreneur who is willing to take a lot of risks, willing to go all in most of the time. But this book is kind of shifted. It's basically this is a book for everybody, for anybody, whether you're an entrepreneur or whether you're an employee-minded person. And we wrote it basically for a person who has a pretty stable career, a corporate career. They're making good money. They maybe enjoy their career. They enjoy doing it, but they know they've kind of had this sense that the stock market that I need to go into the real estate world. Their intuitive sense is they're not going to achieve financial retirement successfully if they continue to do it the way they've been doing it. And as Ryan shared his story with you yesterday, he was had his money in the stock market. He wanted to retire early, and when the market had its ups and downs, it really shook him, and he really began to realize. And he followed his hunches, and what he did was really gutsy. I respect so much what he did because he was all in the corporate world, all in saving his money, putting all in 401ks, hoping that one day he would be able to follow that path to retire early. And when he had an experience of instability in the stock market, he listened to his hunches. His hunch was, this is not the way for you, Ryan. This is not your way. Cash out, get out of Wall Street completely. And within 3 or 4 years, he started buying his property. Immediately started buying property, but he cashed out of the stock market. And that, can you imagine the guts that took to pay the penalties, like you were saying yesterday, to pay the ransom to get his money back, the penalties he had to pay, and to be able to take that cash out, a limited amount of cash because the amount he had lost, plus the penalties, the ransom he had to pay to get his money back in his hands, and now to take that and go put it into real estate, and then to have put it into real estate and have those 2 or 3 properties at first wasn't done very well. So as he was explaining to me when we met a couple of years ago, he says, this is my system. This is the way I have tweaked what you wrote in Creating Wealth and all the other books I've read of yours. He says, I've created my own way of doing real estate. And so this book you're going to get, and today we're going to go into depth in the 3 gears of what we call a passive income machine. Gear number 1 is mindset. It's for you to become the owner of your wealth, for you never to delegate it to anybody else, ever. You're responsible for it. Number 2, the vault. Now, when Ryan explained the vault to me, I bought into all the lies that are all there in the world about wealth in all kinds of ways. What's a vault? A vault is, as he explained yesterday to you, and he didn't go deeper in that today. When he first explained it to me, first of all, I thought, that's crazy. Not going to do that. Not smart. Don't want to talk about that because obviously the best insurance you can get is term insurance. Why? Because it's cheaper. Because guess who has promulgated the lie about put it into term and then invest the difference? Where do they want you to invest the difference? They want you to put it in the stock market. So yeah, the lie is out there for everyone buys into it. And I bought into it. I didn't get any whole life insurance in my life. Of course, there wasn't a vault back when I started, but I didn't get any whole life insurance. Why? Because that's stupid. Today, it's going to be the exact opposite of what I believed. Like I said, a lot of things we're teaching here in this book are the exact opposite of what I've taught for many, many, many years. And when it comes to insurance, getting a vault, getting a whole life insurance policy, buying one that gives you the maximum amount of cash value and the minimum amount of death benefit, is that just seems like ridiculous, like it's upside down. And the entire insurance industry, they don't even know about these kind of vaults. They're very secret. Like you said yesterday, there are only 8 companies out of 700 that do the kind of vault that he's going to talk about with you today. And so as he's explained this to me just recently, as we're getting ready to write this book, I just, it took me a while to get. Frankly, I just didn't believe it till I finally. It took a couple of weeks for me to kind of absorb. Why do you do it this way? Why do I put it into a vault? Why don't I just put it in a bank? Why do I put it in a savings account? Why do I have to run through a vault? Isn't it more expensive to get insurance like that? Why would I want to put money into a vault? It took me a while to get it. And then you said, well, let's just compare where you want to do it, Robert, with the way I do it. Ryan says, you can put your money in a savings account. What interest rate are they going to give you? Okay, 1%. And when you get that 1%, do you have to put it on your taxes? And you have to actually pay taxes on that 1%? Yes. Is there any insurance benefit for you putting your money in that savings account? No. Let's compare it to the vault. I put that money into the vault. Within just a short period of time, a couple of years, few months really, before all of that cash that you put in to buy that insurance, like you're saying, you're going to buy an insurance, what you're really doing is putting your money into that vault and getting insurance for it. Because then after a couple of years, it starts to fund itself. So it becomes self-funding insurance. It's crazy. So you get the insurance, but then you get the interest rate. You get 4 or 5% interest. It's like 4 or 5 times more than a savings account. You get all the tax-free benefits from it, and you get to borrow it out to use it in anything else you want to borrow it out for. Now, I've got a home. We bought the home, 5 years ago, just before COVID launched into it. Home has almost tripled in value since then. I wanted to get a little line of credit just for fun to finish up the house. It was paid for, except we put a little line of credit on. It was free and clear. And we put a line of credit to be able to just finish up a few things that we're fixing on the house around it. Do you know how many hoops we had to jump through to get a line of credit on a free and clear house with my income and my reputation? I had to have somebody sitting across from me, some banker who earns 1/10 of what I earn, telling me whether I qualify to get some stupid. I was so frustrated by that. And now if I had just done it slightly differently and put it into the vault, does the insurance company even ask you about your credit rating? It's when you want your money, you just get it. And so having a place where I can have higher rate of return, total protection, and insurance benefit in addition to that, and immediate access to that cash without having to ask permission from anybody. Hey, the vault is it. And you need, and that's just, I'm teaching right there, just the little tiny few pieces of how powerful the vault is. So that's the middle piece. As Ryan was telling me that, well, it's time to buy your 2 houses now. 2 houses a year. He's saying, this is what I'm teaching my people. My 1,000 people are doing this right now. And Ryan himself has been responsible for thousands of single family homes have been purchased as a result of that one guy, this one guy. Now, he says to his clients, his main clientele usually has pretty good income, maybe some money that's saved He says to them, we want cash flow. And therefore, you're going to put 20% down. You're going to go do just the exact opposite of what Robert teaches. I don't want anybody to put 20% down. I want nothing down. Why nothing down? Well, because it's little less risky, because you're not risking a lot of your own money. I just like to buy properties with nothing down, and I've done that my entire life. And Ryan comes along and says, no, we don't do it your way, Robert. Just the exact opposite of what I've been teaching. And he says, we need cash flow. And therefore, you are going to put a down payment. You're going to make that payment, at least an 80% loan. And we're going to buy that property outside. We're going to buy it wherever the numbers work, which is the exact opposite of what I've been teaching. I said, never buy a property outside of your own 50-mile radius of your own house. Never. Why? Because you need to be able to go look at those properties. If something goes wrong, you got to go fix the toilet, which is exactly the opposite. What Ryan says, never fix a toilet, never rent a property, never do any of that stuff. It's got to be totally passive. And so as he's trying to tell me to write this book with him, and we're literally writing it together, he shows me a chapter, I share a chapter with him, and I have to literally twist the thing I've been teaching for 50 years and twist it into a new way of seeing the way real estate needs to work. Because I was always an equity guy, not a cash flow guy. I was always saying, let's go get lots of equity. Let's build our equity. The first time when I wanted to become a millionaire, you know what I did? I tracked my equity. Like all these stock market people track their equity. I say, I bought one house, I have 30,000 in equity. I bought two houses, I have 60,000. I bought a 12-unit apartment, I have $100,000 in equity. I tracked my equity until I became a millionaire. I never tracked my cash flow. Well, what was my cash flow? Because I was buying property with nothing down, my cash flow was almost zero. My cash flow was sometimes negative. I wasn't buying properties so that I could generate long-term streams of income. I was trying to become a millionaire, which is the exact opposite of what Ryan teaches. See how I had to change almost everything I've been doing for the last 50 years to fit it into this model, and it's the correct model. I was teaching people, well, when you get rich, you can go buy a nice house, a nice car, a nice watch. You can be rich. What Ryan teaches, and I've been teaching this more recently myself before I met him, you need to go for financial freedom first. You never go for riches first. You go, how quickly can I be financially free? So when I wake up in the morning, all my bills are paid. House is paid, free and clear. No loan, no debt, zero. How quickly can you get there? You know what I would tell people? I would tell them that you want to get a nice car, go get it. Is that what I did when I started making money from my royalties from Simon & Schuster? I bought a big house. I bought a big car. I did just the exact opposite. And if I could rewind the beginning of my career in 1980, I would do everything that Ryan teaches here today, everything. And if I had done what he taught, what he teaches here today, by the way, I did very well financially. I'm not saying that I didn't get to my millions, but what I'm trying to say is if I had done what Ryan teaches, and now what he and I are now teaching in this book, I would have made so many less mistakes. I would be 100 times richer, 100 times. Because I made a lot of stupid mistakes along the way as well. Buying properties I shouldn't have bought. I won't go into those details except to tell you, this is what I want my grandchildren to read, my great-great-great-grandchildren. Do I have any grandchildren yet? No, and if my sons are watching and my daughter's watching, that might be a hint for you. But this is what I want to teach my family. And you are now my family. And so I want to share with you that this book contains the entire system, exactly what you need to do to get tax-free money. How is it? How can it be tax-free? Is there something illegal about that? Yesterday we were talking about a story of Donald Trump debating with Hillary Clinton, and she accused him of not paying any taxes. It wasn't anything he'd done that was illegal. It was all in the tax code. He says, that's because I'm smart. That was his response back to her. Yeah, that's why I'm so smart. And what we're teaching you in this book is how can you actually live on money that isn't taxed? Well, so one of the secrets of that, there are many secrets to it, but how does Jeff Bezos live tax-free? Well, he just borrows against its stock. And when you borrow money against your stock, is it taxable? Well, if you have a credit card and you get a new credit card with $10,000 on it and you spend the $10,000, do you have to report it to the IRS? You got debt on your credit card. Is it taxable? Of course not. It's not income. It's debt. So what if you had an asset that increased in value and you could harvest that equity, live on that equity for 5 years, and then harvest it again, pay off the other loan, harvest it again. Harvest meaning the crop is money that doesn't have a tax consequence. Let me take your life right now. What if you didn't have to pay taxes at all? What if you took your job income in, you lived on it, but there was no 10%, 15%, 20%, 30%? If you're really rich, 39%. What if that number was zero? Would your lifestyle be better? So what we're teaching in this book is, like I said at the very beginning yesterday, I said, this goes against almost everything you've heard about how you create wealth. Everything in the stock market, all the people, the millions of people in that world, the Wall Street world, are, I think, telling you the exact wrong way to retire. And even in my world, what Ryan has come up with, the exact opposite of a lot of things I've been teaching for so many years. Now, how do you do it passively? He's going to share with you how you find it, how you fix it up, how you manage it, how you take care of it, like an owner, not like an operator. My books teach you how to be an operator. To be an entrepreneur, go out and find the deals, negotiate, get a wholesale property, buy it wholesale. You can read throughout my books. I say this all over the place. Never pay retail for a piece of real estate. Never. Why? Because I know you can find highly motivated sellers. I'm famous for that guy that they said, send me to any city, take away my wallet, give me $100 bill, and in 72 hours I'll buy an excellent piece of real estate using none of my own money. To promote my book, nothing down. That's what I did. And I put an ad in the Los Angeles Times for a seminar I was teaching there in Los Angeles, a big full-page ad. Send me to any city, take away my wallet, give me a $100 bill. The LA Times calls me and they says, Robert, we're going to challenge you. We don't believe what you said in your ad here. You gave us money to put this ad in here, but we think you're a fraud. We're going to take you to any city we choose. We're going to give you $100. You're going to give us your wallet. And you're going to buy a property in 72 hours, or we're going to plaster your fraudulent face all over our newspaper. They were not nice about it. Well, kind of nice. They were okay about it. They thought they had me. And so I agreed, yeah, let's go do it. The reporter comes right by me. We fly to San Francisco. That's where we're going. The worst city they could have picked, by the way. San Francisco, the worst city for me to do a challenge like that. And we show up in the airport. Now I have a system. And what's my system? Number one is I have to find the deal. I have to find a highly motivated seller. And I realize that of all the properties in that city, maybe 1% of them are highly motivated, willing to let me buy their property with nothing down. Zero. Because they're highly motivated. So my entire career is about don't buy properties from retail sellers. Never buy a property from a realtor. Never let a realtor get involved in the process, because the realtor's going to add their commission on top. They're going to make the seller probably raise the price to what they think the market would bear to get the most amount of money they can. As a person who wants to negotiate for real estate, it's the last thing I want is for a realtor to handle it. I want to find a highly motivated seller who is for sale by owner so I can negotiate with that seller in a creative way. I don't want traditional financing at all, ever. And Ryan comes up to me and says, I have thousands of people who bought thousands of properties, exactly the opposite of what you're teaching, Robert. And I'm tell you the truth, I'm not happy about that. I'm thinking, why? Why do you do it that way? Well, because cash flow is the most important thing. And if you buy property with nothing down, the cash flows are almost zero. Even no matter what you buy them anywhere in the United States, it's hard to get cash flow when you're buying it creatively where the seller's carrying all the financing and it's 100% mortgage, right? By the way, San Francisco, I bought 7 properties in 57 hours and gave the reporter $20 and change. So I'm good at that. But do I want to teach that to a corporate person whose livelihood depends upon them being loyal to their company, making good money, but working 40, 50, 60 hours a week? And I'm going to teach that person for them to go out and find a highly motivated seller, teach them the secrets of finding people who really try to buy a property that's wholesale. Is that what I'm trying to teach? No, I want somebody who can afford the down payment. And if you can't afford the down payment, then you go buy my book, Nothing Down, and get to the point where eventually you can afford the down payments. But as a corporate person or as an employee somewhere that's making pretty good money, even a business owner that's making pretty good money, yeah, you're going to buy it traditionally through a realtor. And you're not going to buy it. You are not going to find it. You are not going to fund it. You're not going to fix it up. You're not going to do any of that. And get this, you're going to spend total retail for that property. You're going to buy full retail. Whereas I've been teaching for 50 years, never pay retail for a piece of real estate because you can make immediate money with equity. The day you buy it, you can buy it 10%, 15% below the market, 20% below the market immediately from the right seller. But my client for this book, they don't have the time to do that. They don't have the time to fix it up. They don't have the time to do any part of it. They need to be totally hands off. They need to do what they need to do. They need to be an owner of the property, not the operator. And so the turnkey provider is a person who actually finds the deal. They find the highly motivated seller. They negotiate the best deal. They buy it wholesale. They fix it up. They make it look beautiful so it doesn't have to have any more work done on it, and they sell it to you. And you put 20% down on a full retail deal. And you might say, Robert, that's just not smart. But remember, if it has cash flow and it's fixed up and it's rented right, so you are the owner, you get a report on what your operator is doing with it. You don't touch it at all. You're totally passive. You're hands off all the way through the process. And as that property increases in value, because inflation, you might say, well, will property values ever go down again like they did in 2008? Is all supply and demand, and so that was the point when people were flooding into the market in 2008. The demand was enormous and the supply was limited. And so, yeah, prices are going to go up until demand is stopped, because when the interest rates go up, demand stops. It was a horror show for most people in 2008. But is that going to happen again? If your property is cash flowing, why do you care? Why do you care what the equity is? For 10 years, if it goes up in value, great. And of course, we expect it will because of inflation. But then 5 years from now, you get to harvest it. You harvest that equity. You get brand new loans. You pay off the old loans. You start all over again in the equity buildup, which might seem kind of crazy because don't you want to pay your loan off? Don't you want that property to eventually be free and clear so you got cash flow flowing in? Well, if that's the case, then that cash flow is taxable, isn't it? If your property's free and clear and all the tax benefits have been taken away from it because you owned it now for 10, 15 years, and now you got this cash flow coming into your life, what is the cash flow that's coming into your life? It's taxable. It means you're going to have to pay now, but if you harvest it the way she's showing you here, and there's lots of great chapters on this book. It's tax-free. You don't even have to let the IRS know that you borrowed money against it. They don't even care. So what I'm trying to share with you at the very beginning here is Ryan's going to go deeper, deeper, deeper on this process with you today. I wish I would be here for me to share this with you. Ryan did very good yesterday. He's obviously he can share this information with the world. That's one of the reasons I like being a partner with him. He is absolutely brilliant. And I've seen it as we've written this book together. Absolutely brilliant. And so he's going to be taking this forward for the rest of the day because at 3 o'clock this morning, I could see my garage door was open and I could see my garage door closed. You got one of those little apps that let you know when your garage is opening or not. And I know what it is. I know that that's my son taking my wife to the hospital just a few hours ago. She'd had a very serious kidney operation just a couple weeks ago, and she thought she was going to be okay. But yesterday she had chills, she had hot flashes, she had massive pain. Um, she was in serious problem. We talked last night. We thought she could make it through the night if the antibiotics worked. But at 3 o'clock this morning, we found out that nope, it wasn't good enough. So she's in a ambulance on the way to the hospital just an hour ago. I made arrangements to catch my plane, so I had an hour here where I could talk to you. And I wanted to share with you what financial freedom means when you're all when emergencies happen in your life. It's not just the life insurance that you get in the vault that's so powerful, because one day you will not survive. One day you move to the next world, and I do believe there is the next world. But this world, well, I don't want the life insurance. I want to live as long as I possibly can. What I want is real life insurance. That means the life insurance so I can live my life. Is what life insurance really is death insurance. It's not life insurance. You can buy the insurance for when you die. Well, I want to live, right? And so the other part, the flip side of the insurance thing is I want to be free. So I have the insurance. When something goes wrong, my cash flow flows in so that I can decide what I want to do that day. And at 3 o'clock this morning, I decided I could not continue to teach you today and tomorrow. I needed to go to my wife. Now, the reason that we've been married for 48 years is not because she's beautiful, and she is. It's not because she's brilliant. She's so much smarter than I am. It's crazy. It's not because it's a person I committed to for 48 years ago. It's because when we went through the ups and downs in my life, when the avalanche destroyed our beautiful mountain home and the insurance would not pay for the destruction of my mountain home in Sundance, Utah, the bank came after me and made me pay the $1.7 million that was secured by that property and others, because the insurance wouldn't pay what they said they would pay. And therefore, so we had to finally sue. We got a little bit of it, but by that time, it drove me to bankruptcy. You know, you have an avalanche that destroys your mountain home. What do you do when all your assets are now wiped out? And I could tell you a long story about that, but the point is, I didn't have a lot of streams of income. I had a lot of equity, and the equity got wiped out by an avalanche. And therefore, I didn't have those streams of income that I was hopefully relying upon. And long story short, I had to move to California and start all over again with nothing. Now, if I'd done it exactly the way that Ryan had taught, I wouldn't have bought a lot of those properties that I bought. especially the one property that got wiped out by the avalanche. But I bought a huge 100,000 square foot property that I was going to fix up. Had no idea what I was doing. Anyway, I want to go too much deeper into that, except to say that I would have preferred to have a smaller amount of cash flow. Remember, the first goal for you is to get to financial freedom. It's going to take you about 5 years. It took Ryan about 5 years. We say it'll take you 10 because we want to give it a little leeway to that. So it's supposed it takes you 10. Don't buy a mansion. Don't buy a fancy car. Do not look rich. Be rich. People who look rich, when you look behind the curtains, they are phonies who are pretending to be rich, doing all the wrong things that no rich people would really do until you're so rich it doesn't matter. And until you get to be rich, you need to be free. And then if it's 5, 6 years from now, great. Then you can harvest your properties and get another 17 properties. And then another 5 years, you can get some more. Eventually, you can create cash flows that will take your breath away, but it'll be cash flow, not equity. And your first goal we're trying to teach you here is let's retire so you can do what you want to do. And today, right now, I'm retiring from this seminar. And I'm going to go in a few hours. I'll be at the hospital bed with this woman who's been with me for 48 years and been through all the ups and all the downs and all the downs. Most of them were my stupid business mistakes. And even in the downs, she was still with me. She still said, "Go for it, Bob. I'm on your side." So the reason I love her and the reason I'm willing to leave right now, I'm going to get in an Uber here in about 10 minutes, is because this is what's really important. All the real estate, all the wealth, worthless. What's important is your long-term relationships with the people you love. That's what the freedom buys you. The freedom to do what you want, when you want, cash flow that supports that. And most people teach wealth in a totally different way. They teach, let's go get lots of equity, let's buy lots of stuff, let's look rich. Be rich. My friends, I appreciate you being here with us today. We've got so many great videos. You got to watch this entire thing. And Ryan is going to dig deep into a lot of things I've been just kind of touching over the top of here today. This book is the best book I've ever been involved in. This is really how you become financially free. We made it number one. You helped us make it number one yesterday. And I'm so proud of Ryan. He's now a number one best-selling author. He's got his dream. I've done this myself many times, but it's still as exciting this time, today, as it is every time I've ever hit a number one bestseller. And I thank all of you for your attention. I love you. I appreciate you. Just stay there, learn, so you can become financially free. My best to you. God bless you. I turn the time back over to Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Everyone, let's give Robert a round of applause as he literally retires from this summit
Yeah.
to go and it's important.
All right. See you,
Thank you so
everybody.
much. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time being here. Could I get a clicker? Oh, here it is. How powerful is that? You know, life happens, right? And if everything was plannable, no one would plan to uh, have these things that happen to us, but it's the reason that we need to have these things set up, right? Um, I just want to take a moment real quick to just sit down and I want y'all to think about your why on why this matters, because it literally is a matter of life and death, right? And the type of life that you want to live. Um, and so, yeah, we got the message this morning that you know, he's got to head out early for something that's very real. And as he was saying, it's because he set up his life in a way that he's able to go do what actually matters, right? Just like Ryan was saying yesterday, if he could choose another method, he would. He's like, it's not that I'm in love with real estate; I'm in love with what it gives and what it brings into his life. And so, I mean, how big and how serious is this? So, again. Bob, everyone's just saying how much they love you in the comments and praying for you and your family as well. Um, hey, I'm going to move on to the next piece here. And this whole morning, we've kind of tied in a lot of these things, and the reasons are why are so big. If we could go to my slides, that'd be great. Um, where I kind of came from this. So I'm going to go through and I'm gonna teach you guys 3 ways to recreate a relationship with money. Um, I started so broke, so poor. How many of you guys? And I tell someone if you don't value cash, if you don't value money, you've been poor long enough, right? Every single one of us knows the value of it, and it's not. I don't. No one loves money. It's just what it gives us in the freedom itself. So, if it's all right with you guys, I'm actually going to go into and I'm going to share with you guys some things that have helped me in the past recreate a relationship with cash. All right, because the reality is, if you don't control your money, it controls you, right? And I had a broken relationship with money. You know, it was interesting for me to first think about this. I want to personify money, and we're gonna personify it. Act like it's a someone. Act like it's a real person inside your life right now. How's your relationship with money, right? Um, Real quick, I'm just gonna go through a few pieces on this here. So, my name is Steve Larson. And I am, if you don't know who I am, I've been in space for 11 years. I'm a funnel builder, fractional CMO. I design sales and lead flow machines for people. Right now, we're working on a SaaS prediction AI tool that uses the company's historical business data to forecast unseen revenue opportunities. It's really cool. My wife and I were just featured in People magazine, we just won the Icon of the Year award. This is our amazing 3 beautiful daughters. They're incredible. It was so much fun with them. And so what we're gonna do real quick is I wanna just go ahead and we're gonna take stock of money. Real quick in the chat, in the comments, because you guys let me know, as soon as you hear the word money, what emotion immediately pops up for you? How does money make you feel? I wanna know exactly how it makes you feel. Knee-jerk reaction. That's actually what I'm trying to measure. What is you hear the word money, what's the knee-jerk emotion, the knee-jerk reaction, the thing that just comes in immediately, right? I don't care if it's good or bad or negative or whatever. Like, what is it? Just take a quick stock. Okay, yeah, great. Nervous. We have someone saying, I totally get that. Makes you nervous. That's okay, right? What else? How else does it make you feel? Excitement. All righty. Feel excitement. Okay. What else? I have an unhealthy relationship with the word free. Totally. Absolutely. Yeah, I very much get that. And that's why I'm gonna go through right now. I'm gonna teach you guys some ways to recreate a relationship with money that's positive. Is that all right? Okay, and just as we saw from Robert Allen, the legend right here, who can walk into a city with $100 and no wallet and get, what did he say, 7 properties in 3 days or whatever? That's crazy. Amazing. He's got a good relationship with cash. He's got a good relationship with money and the word with it. And so part of you might be like, oh man, I wish they would just teach us the formula. Let's go find the real estate. How did if your relationship with money is bad, you don't keep it when you get it anyway, right? So the word capitalism and the word money and getting rich, right? Freedom, right? Those can be things that are very triggering. And we have found after years of doing this that even if you do get the property and even if you do start getting your vault and everything that we're talking about, what's the chance that your relationship with it is good and you start to kind of neglect it as if it was like an actual human being? So we need to create a positive relationship with cash or we just won't get it and it won't stick when you get it, right? I can't achieve my dreams without having enough money and I don't have enough of it. Yeah, interesting, right? So that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do when we go through right now. If that's all right with you guys, I'm gonna go through and share with you guys. We need to get just honest about this. And it's funny, man, you don't really learn much about money in school, and then a lot of us just are running off the default setting of whatever money was for us as a kid, right? We take that patterning. Do you know that when you're born, you have like 4 billion neurons and none of them are connected? That's why a baby can't move, right? And they're just like, "Wah," right? Everyone touch your head right now. You can do that because your neurons connected. By the age of 3, 80% of your neurons have been connected and wired. And so you literally wired your head. And it's funny, we don't really have conscious memory before the age of 2 or 3, right? And so there is actual, literal, science-backed, non-woo-woo programming about money that most of us have to go back and literally rewire so that it doesn't be controlling us. All right. Why is it that some people have seemingly all the money in the world while others are consistently broke? Right? Why is that? Isn't that not an important question? Isn't that one we should have studied in school? So my entire goal here is to give you guys something new to believe about money, right? And the reason is because thoughts are tangible, and how you think about money eventually becomes your reality. How you think about money becomes your reality. All right. And you might be like, oh my gosh, I see the proof of that in my life right now. And that's part of what I'm trying to do with you guys right here during this session. Okay. So is that all right? I'm going to walk through 3 ways to recreate a 7-figure relationship with cash. Is that all right? What if we zoom out just a little bit? Um, that'd be great. Now, Hey, there we go. Cutting me off at the legs. Very cool. All right. Hey, so here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through. I'm going to share with you guys because there's stuff that just shows up in life, and my guess is that we've all been through those. We've all experienced those, and I want to bust some of these money myths. Otherwise, it's kind of impossible to go after what we were talking about and why it matters so much. So, number one, all right, take notes as we go through this as well. Let me tell you a quick story though. I actually started super broke, super broke. I was actually negative cash flow. I was literally living on loans when I was in school. I was married to my ex-wife only 3 weeks in, and I could not feed us. Right, the college that I went to, the jobs were literally $3.50 an hour. That's what they paid. Because there's so many students, they just got whatever student was willing to do it. Right, I couldn't work 4 of those jobs full time and be in school and make it. And so I'm the oldest of 6 kids. I worked a lot of labor jobs. Like I said, my dad grew up on a farm. He was the first in his family to go off to college and try to go be professional, all that. And as I got into school, like living bare bones, man, my rent and everything. I had $1,100 in my um, I had $1,100 total in my pocket. And our expenses, no, I had $1,000. Our expenses were $1,100. There was no glaze on the donut. No sesame seeds. We were so poor, and just scraping every penny by, cutting pennies in half, trying. You know what I mean? Anyone, you don't have to say it, but anyone who's lived like that and you're on this, you know what that's like, and it's stressful. Holy. I always laughed because I started noticing here that there's an assumption that those who make money are greedy, but I gotta tell you, when I was really poor, I was absolutely greedy, right? Because I didn't have any money. I absolutely had to go get money as fast as possible, and that's all you think about. You have no conscious emotional bandwidth for anything else in your life. I can't focus on having a good relationship. You can't focus. You don't know where you're literally gonna eat next. And so I I called my dad in this building right there. And this little area, I think it was in that room. And I picked up my phone and I called my dad and I said, Dad, uh, I can't even live another month. Like, I got nothing. I got no credit. I got nothing. And I called my dad, and this is super uncharacteristic of the way I was raised. We never asked for money. If you wanted to go to a movie, you mowed a lawn and then went with your friends. You know what I mean? We didn't have like allowance, or we weren't rich. We weren't poor either, and we were middle class. And so I called my dad and I said, Dad, I got student loans on the way that are coming, and I'm excited about it. It's gonna be great. I got accepted for student loans. That's how we're gonna survive and pay for tuition, all this stuff. But it's not gonna be here for like 3 to 6 weeks. I can't even make it 3. I can't even make it 3. And so I called my dad and I said, Dad, could you float me 3,000? I asked for 3 grand. I said, could you float me $3,000? And we all right? Could you float me $3,000? And I'll pay you back when the student loans come in. Anyone ever had to call someone else and ask someone else for money? Really awkward when it's your parents. So my dad picks up the phone, and this story has become somewhat internet famous. Okay. And he said, Son, no. He said, if I give you this money now, you will not exhaust the resources you didn't know you had. Click. Isn't that crazy? I gotta tell you, now that I have 3 daughters, that's some grade A parenting. And I knew what he was doing back then, and I was actually grateful for it even back then. What he did is he gave me the gift of like a container. He gave me the gift of an environment where I was gonna have to stand up, right? And some of us might be in that situation right now. And you're like, "Oh, I wanna go buy a property, but I can't afford it." That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's a gift, it's a container that is saying, "Grow to me. I'm not coming to you, but grow to me." Right? So I finally got to this spot. I went and I just started trying to make products and try to make side money and pick up these little gigs here and there. And I really don't. I think the money actually showed. The student loan showed up like 3 weeks before that they were supposed to. I don't know how we actually made it because nothing I was trying back then worked, and it just didn't. But I eventually got so sick of being poor, I started making these YouTube videos. Um, that's the first one I made. Look at that little baby Steve. Oh, you got hair on the wrong side of your head, kid. Little baby Steve. I started making these videos on YouTube, and it's so funny. You can hear how many false beliefs I've got in my head as I made this video. I figured that if I was gonna go be and make more money, yeah, baby Steve, if I was gonna go make more money, I first had to declare it. If I couldn't go out to anyone in the street and say, yes, I want to be rich, why on earth would money opportunities find me? Right? I wasn't creating the magnet. And so I started making these videos at the beginning of every year where I like announced my financial goal. And I got to tell you, I didn't hit it at all for the first 2 years. I just didn't. But I was trying. I was actually going after it. Now, this first one, I was like, I'm so apologetic in this video. Like, oh, hey, if I could just, I'm sorry. If I could just make $3,000 a month, that would be amazing. It would be life-changing for us in our situation right now. And I'm sorry, it's not that much. And I'm not trying to be greedy. It's just $3,000, like, and I had all these, and you can hear it. There's so many money false beliefs. This is before I created the capitalist pig logo. I figured Batman was afraid of bats, so it became Batman.
If I could just make $3,000
That's why I created the capitalist pig logo. I was like, look, I gotta like go get rich so I can do what I want to in this world and have the impact I want.
I'm not trying to be greedy.
That's where that came from.
$3,000.
My motto is get rich, give back.
I can hear
Do
it.
good things with it. Nothing's wrong with money itself. Get rich, right? So I started out just super poor, I needed to go make some extra income in my life. So this is what I did. I started creating tons of different products, and I started going out and trying to make a business. And I went through 17 business failures before I even had a whiff of success with it. I was literally using student loan money. It was super risky. I don't recommend that. Okay. And the issue was I realized that I didn't have a guide. I wasn't following anybody. I wasn't listening to anybody. I'm going to go ahead and give myself some props that I just had some, pig-headed discipline. But man, I didn't have anyone to follow. And so in the mirror one day, I realized that I needed a skill, something that I could actually charge for. And I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, I will be the best funnel builder on the planet. And I was dead serious. I took a stock of how I was using my time. And I turned off Netflix and I turned off any distractions. I pruned and I found all this time in my day, even being in full-time school and a family and all these things. I was like, wow, I could go and actually try to make a lot of extra money. And I say this because a lot of times we'll say, I don't have the time. Yeah, you do. Just use it better, right? All got the same 24 hours. So, and that might mean you get a little tired here and there, and that's fine, right? So I was too broke to get around the right people on the planet. So the thing is, I was like, I need to go get around the right people if I'm gonna go be successful. But I couldn't afford to go to events, and I couldn't afford to go to, these different rooms where I knew the right people were. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like just being proximity is power. Proximity is power. And so what I started doing is I was like, well, I can't afford it with money, but what if I was able to afford it with some other kind of value? This taught me a lot. And I said, I'm going to start trading what I know how to do in exchange for plane tickets to that event. I'm going to start trading for what I do know, what value I do, because I didn't have the value of money, but I had the value of other skills I started picking up. I'm going to start using the value of the skills I was picking up in exchange for an event ticket. Yeah, this is 2015. It's 10 years ago. And I said, I'm going to go and I'm going to start using the value of what I know how to do in exchange for, different hotel nights and flights. And I started bartering my way to these things just to be in the rooms. And the reason I did that is because there was nobody in my life that was even trying to do anything like what I was trying to go do. Like actually make enough money to live and survive. Not just even be rich, just like make enough money. I was in a college town, right? So everyone's like, well, you get no debt. It's like, oh man, it sucks. Like, I don't have these resources. And so why I'm bringing this up is because you have to recognize that your current constraint is the invitation for you to grow. I don't have enough time. No, actually, what's happening is you're being shown the next problem to solve. How could I make more time? I don't have the resources. Okay. How could I get the resources? Does that make sense? Any constraint that is popping up in your life is the path, right? And that's when I started becoming. I was Russell Brunson's funnel builder at ClickFunnels for 2 years. They hired me out of college because I got good enough at this skill. I could build his funnels. Right? It was crazy. So this is one of my favorite quotes. The obstacle is the way. I actually keep the coin on my desk. This is from Ryan Holiday. I love this. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. The obstacle is the way. Your constraint that you see or view immediately, the knee-jerk reaction that you're feeling towards any action is actually the path. And until we accept that, we kind of just spin. How many of you guys know what I'm talking about? You kind of just spin, and you're trying to avoid the actual step by like busyness, or I'll just learn another thing, or I'll just do another course, or I'll just listen to another podcast. There's no actual action happening, right? I got caught in these learning loops. Or I think I just was, I was learning on my own finally, and I was learning what I wanted to learn and learning money-based skills, but I wasn't actually doing anything. And it wasn't until I realized I'm gonna go just face exactly why the reason that I'm giving myself for not moving forward. You're broke, kid. Right? That's what was running in my head. You're broke. I literally thought I wouldn't be successful because I didn't have a suit or a briefcase to walk into these meetings with. I'm not even kidding. Right? That's why in many of these first pictures, 11 years ago, I'm like in a suit. I'm like, that's what takes me. Yeah, I got to be professional. It's like, and now I wear a t-shirt and jeans everywhere. It's like, so it's crazy what these narratives are. It's great that we will tell ourselves as the reason for not moving forward when often they are the way to move forward. Okay. So, with the right guide in mind, my 35th product exploded and it made multi millions and just got massive. Right. So, my point is, you have to have a guide, just like Robert was talking about. You have to have a guide, or you start to asking all the stupid questions and focusing on stupid things. Right. God, of course, you got to have some pig-headed discipline. Just get down and do it. Someone else doesn't like it. Who cares? Who cares? Just go for it, right? This is my 35th one that actually blew up. All right. So my question to you is, can you imagine what resources you have now that you're not actually aware of? Just like my dad told me, son, no, if I do this for you now, if I give you this money now, you will not exhaust the resources you didn't know you had. You're in that same spot, right? Never enough, hard to get, right? It goes fast, the money does. Yeah, actions makes a difference, 100%, right? So that's that first money mindset thing I want to bring you up, is that whatever the barrier is money-wise that is saying you can't, is funny enough, it's actually a gift because you don't have to guess what to go solve. It is telling you what to go solve. There's no guesswork. It's a highlighter, right? Your subconscious is it's highlighting for you the path. That's where I got to go. You guys with me? Does that make sense? So what I want you to do on a piece of paper right now is act like the devil's advocate. I want you to act right now on a piece of paper. Get out on a piece of paper all of the things that you believe are actually what is disqualifying you. Steve, you can't go do that because you're broke. Steve, you can't do that because you don't have any time. You can't do that because you don't have the right relationships and you definitely don't have a guide. Steve, you can't. Steve, you can't. Steve, you can't. And when you start doing this and you get it all out of your head, funny enough, it now means that you can address it, stop wasting time on other things, and I can just go for it. Right? It's actually giving me the path. All right. Right. Just like Robert Kiyosaki teaches. Poor people say I can't afford it. Rich people say, how can I afford it? How can I make the time? How can I get the relationships? How can I? And you really, it's fun because you'll find this inner creative genius that starts to come out and you just come up with, don't look for others to answer it. How would you solve it? How would you get the time? How would you find the money? How would you get in the right rooms? How would you get the right relationships and guides? Feeling me? I can't believe how much this just entrapped my entire brain. and I had to it took me a while, because I also didn't have a guide for this. No one told me what I'm telling you right now. This might seem like simple stuff, but it is like the keys of the kingdom of actually moving forward. Okay, so number two, I realized one of my biggest fears is that I would become the rich jerk. Oh, capitalism. Anyone have that fear? I totally get that. What happens when I'm super rich and I'm that jerk driving down the street in a gigantic, amazing, nice car, and I drive to my gigantic, amazing house, and people are like, "Oh man, that's a rich jerk," right? Thanks, Hollywood, for teaching that. That's exactly where it comes from. Every bad guy in Hollywood is an entrepreneur or some business guy, right? That's there's some stat on that actually, that's true. We've been indoctrinated with media on how bad it is to go be successful, right? This was a big fear of mine. I'm gonna be the rich jerk. And then one day I sat there and realized, oh my gosh, there are poor jerks. It has nothing to do with money. You can be a jerk when you're poor, you can be a jerk when you're rich. And then I was like, oh my gosh, if there's such thing as a rich jerk and poor jerk, there's also such thing, there's rich cool people. And there's also poor cool. It has nothing to do with money. All money is an amplifier of our natures. So if I'm a jerk when I'm poor, I'm gonna be a bigger jerk when I'm rich. This is just an interesting epiphany to me. I was like, holy crap, it was this whole facade. I mean, I was like 23 when I finally realized this was a long-term narrative I grew up with. And then I was like, oh my gosh, money's just an amplifier of our true nature, our true character. That's all it is. It exposes things in us that we need to confront. And that way it's a gift. Money's a guide. When I get rich and I start looking in the mirror, if I don't like what I see, I'm just being shown what to go change about myself, right? I can be a cool person when I'm poor, and that means I do even cooler things when I'm rich. We do tons of cool charity projects. Marley and I at our wedding, we raised $132,000 to build schools in Africa. How cool is that? Couldn't do that if we didn't have money, right? Making sense? so so I never realized that I was so loaded with these fears, and I had to redefine my relationship with cash. And the way that I did that, this is another way I did this. Okay, the way that I did that is I had to break down in my mind what $1 million actually means. Because I was building it up to be this huge thing in my mind, $1 million, right? That's really how I thought about it. It was this insurmountable, unattainable, huge number. And because it was that big, how on earth I'm pushing it away from me, right? So I literally broke it down and I was like, wait a second, $1 million a year is $83,000 a month. And I was like, whew, that still seems like a lot because, what is it, the average income is like around 100 grand or even that probably. I was like, but if I break that down, it's only $2,700 a day. That's not okay. So I literally had to get to my logic side of my brain and be like, okay, let's break this down again. And then if I go out and I'm like, well, I just need to be a million. I just need $1 million in the bank. Well, divided by 20 years of retirement, that means you're living on $11 a day. I was like, whew. So $11 million, I got to like recreate my relationship with this and drop it so that I'm not so, it had me. I didn't have it. Does that make sense? If you don't control your money, it controls you. If you don't control your relationship with cash, the cash will control you, right? And so I sat down, I was like, wow, $1 million is really not that much money. And I know that some people are like, wow, he just said $1 million is not a lot of money. And I get that. There was a guide that I had, though, that luckily popped up in my life. And this is what he said. Okay. He said, Steve, if you keep making $1 million, this massive number in your head, you're never actually going to earn it because you're silently pushing it away. It's so big. It's unattainable. That's what my subconscious was out there saying, right? He said, you need to make $1 million smaller in your head. Not that it's not a lot of money, but don't make it this thing that's like, wow, incredibly elusive task. Like, if I just had $1 million in the bank, I could do what I want. That's not true. Ryan just showed you that yesterday. We don't want $1 million. We want the lifestyle that $1 million of cash flow can bring in our lives. That's way more easy to attain, by the way, than $1 million sitting in a bank. And so some things that we will have people do is literally write down this phrase. And this is past students of mine that we do this with to help break it, which is that I have them write down and they keep on a piece of paper near them the phrase that says, money comes easily, frequently, and abundantly when I learn to ask for it. So myth, let's rewire the noggin. Money is evil, but necessary in this life. That's a myth. The truth is that money is a resource for speed and options. Myth, money is hard to make. No, money comes from the value you create. It's pretty valuable to give someone a place to live. Spending money is bad. I remember I had to really get over this one personally. Like, no, that's not true at all. It's good to spend money to collapse time. That's all money is stored energy. And when I can have the money to go spend, I can collapse time. Okay? Anything that costs money is bad. Oh my gosh, someone wants to go in and charge me for that. Can you believe they want to charge me? Actually, if you think about it, opportunity cost is the greatest cost of all. That's the largest cost. You literally don't have the same opportunities when you're broke. Myth, money takes from people. That's not true. Money creates leverage for the buyer, not just the seller. Why would I go buy something that doesn't give me leverage? Big thank you, grocery stores. Now I don't have to go learn how to be on a farm. It creates leverage for the buyer, whatever product. Does that make sense? So we were in an Uber and someone was pulling us up to our studio here, and it says "Pursuit of Profit" across the top, and the guy scoffed. He was like, "Phew, I get those guys are probably rich and snobby," and it's our studio. And so my wife leaned forward and she goes, "Do you not want to get paid for driving us here?" Right? Like, no. Uh, you want to get paid? If money's so evil, turn down your next paycheck. Okay. So this is why we created the capitalist pig mentality, which is that we are unapologetically getting rich for the sake of enriching our lives and actively giving back. Nothing wrong with money, right? It's up to the user. Money is power. I was teaching this to my daughters while we were driving down. As I said, look, capitalism and money is like a car. I can be an idiot and not follow any rules on the road and be very destructive. And there are people that do that. But that doesn't mean I'm going to just not use a car, right? If I follow the right rules and follow the right laws and I'm smart about it and I got my eyes open, I'm being aware, money, a car's a wonderful tool to get from me to point A to point B. Money's the exact same. I don't want the government to even offer to take care of me, okay? Real change comes from people, not the government, all right? And money is just a tool that increases my speed, my growth, and my leverage so I can go do what I want in my life, right? It's not a necessary evil, right? I know the pursuit of profit, it's gonna require me to personally grow, right? So I'm going to just write down, right, that money is not bad or even neutral. Money is good. It's not a necessary evil. Money's a good thing. And if anything I'm saying here is like, I don't know about that. This guy, he's got really big eyes and shaved head, right, or whatever. Those are reflective mirrors of things you need to change in your relationship with cash if you hope to succeed at all, much less in real estate or what we're teaching you here. At all, just in general, right? It's funny whenever I meet a business owner and they're like, "Well, I'm doing it just for fun, just a little side hobby, and we just want to go and just provide value." And I'm like, "You are loaded with false beliefs. Number one, number two, you're not going to be in business long because unless you're money focused as a business owner, you're not going to make any money, right? Same thing with retirement. If you're not focused on the money in order to retire early, how on earth are you going to retire early? It doesn't happen on accident. You have to be actively intentional about retiring early, right? Third thing here. Third thing here. Is this helpful? Is this helpful? Come let me know if this is helpful. Money's a tool. A gun is a tool. A prenup is a tool. Chainsaws is a tool. A loan is a tool. It's how you use it that makes it good or bad. Yeah, it's up to the user. It has nothing to do. Money's an inanimate object. It literally is cotton. Okay? Money is a piece of cotton. It's a plant, right? That we just assigned this value for. One of this lady I was coaching, she was like, "Don't you just wish we could go back to the trade system?" And I was like, "No." She goes, "If we just skip this whole money thing, we just go back to the trade system." I was like, "Do you realize that that means, though, that if you need tires and I need food, and I know how to fix your tires, but you don't have any food, we immediately can't trade?" And she was like, "Huh." I was like, "Yeah, money's this cool intermediary piece of value that means that you still can get your tires fixed and I can still go get food, even though we don't have to directly trade with each other." It's like the trade system would be stupid. It'd slow everything to a halt. You wouldn't get what you need. Sounds better. No, sounds slow, and you're not going to definitely won't be able to do things in life you want to. All right, ready for this last one? Okay, I'm just trying to spot check the mindset around cash itself. This last one here, right? A great teacher once asked, he said, "Steve, what yield will you learn to earn?" That's a writer downer. What yield will you learn to earn? So check out this formula. And this is just for like, I know, just take, I spent a lot of time researching these numbers and I know that there's, I made them very general, okay? They're kind of umbrella numbers here, okay? Check this out though. Figure out how much money you want to put into an account every month. How long are you going to leave it there? What yield will it earn? And what total do you want? So let's just say, for the sake of an example here, let's say that you're like, I'm going to save and put $400 a month into an account for 10 years, right? We'll figure out whatever yield we want to be able to have $1 million. $1 million, right? Okay. If you knew how to earn a higher yield, what would that mean for you? I always laugh when someone says, is that a get rich quick thing? Guess what my answer is to that is, hopefully. I don't want to get rich slow. You'll make $1 million working at McDonald's. You will. Do the math. You'll make $1 million your entire life working at McDonald's. So the speed of the money is what matters. It's just a get rich slow thing. I don't, we're not going out and promising you're gonna get rich quick. But why on earth would I choose a yield that gets me rich slow at the same burn rate as my expenses? You're never rich, right? $1 million. Fascinating. So check this out. I just wanted to go through and let's talk about different yields. Let's say that I go and I put $400 a month into the investment vehicle of a mattress. And I'm putting it under my mattress, man. No yield. We're not even talking inflation and how much that's chewing into the money here, right? And at the end, I'm going to have $48,000. Woo! In 10 years, I'm going to have $48,000 saved up. All right. Let's say, though, that I go in and I'm like, hey, I found a 2% savings account, which hopefully you could even find that today, right? And I go and I'm putting $400 a month into that. At the end, I'm going to have $53,000. Okay. Sounds good. $400 into a certificate of deposit, assuming there's around a 4% yield, right? Which might be a little high as well. I'm going to have $58,900. Right, average 401k. I saw the average 401k is around anywhere from 8 to 10%, depending on, right? But that tends to be about what it is, right? But then you got fees to take it out, and then there's taxes, and it ends up being closer to. We studied this a lot in some of my finance classes in college. It ends up being actually closer to just 3%. It barely keeps up with inflation. Average 401ks usually, right? Same with mutual funds. Same thing. All right, mutual funds 8%. I'm gonna have $74,000. I'm not gonna retire off that, right? Then I go in, I'm like, you know what? 10% tax lien properties. Let's say that I'm bundling it up. I'm putting $400, and then when it gets big enough, I go and I start doing tax liens, right? And I'm paying someone else's taxes, and the government gives me some money back for that. And I do that once a year or whatever. All right, 77. I mean, it's almost double, getting closer to double. Now, I was talking to ChatGPT about this as well last night. I was going, hey, if I was to bundle $400 a month and go and do a fix and flip every single year, so I did 10 of them, what's the average fix and flips that, all right, a $250,000, all right, now we're actually starting to get somewhere. And ChatGPT was like, you realize that you're now actually no longer in an investment category, that's entrepreneurship. And I was like, I know, right? It's not a retirement thing, that's an active income thing if you chose to go do that. All right, then 500%. 500% yield? Oh, single family homes. Why? Because every dollar turns into 5. I'm putting a down payment down. I'm loaning out at 20%, right? That dollar is turning into the power of $5, doing the work of $5. Plus, I'm getting paid in 4 different ways, right? With real estate, you get the cash flow, but you also get all these tax advantages, but also the value of the property appreciates while you also pay off the loans. You got all this, they call it phantom equity. You're making money in 4 different ways. It's not just the cash flow. And I get to skip some of the largest stealers of our wealth. That's amazing, right? So what does all this mean? It means that not all yields make you rich. They just don't. Not all cash flow is created equally. It just isn't, right? It's not the same vehicles. This is a very specific vehicle that we're teaching how to use here, right? So that's the question I want you to write down. What yield will I learn to earn? What yield do I learn to earn? I always love this one. Steve, I'm just going to go work hard in my life. I'm just going to go work hard in my life, and I'm going to go, it's going to be great. I'm not going to worry about some of the stuff. I'm just going to work hard. Could you guys, I know we can't see each other right now, but just raise your hand wherever you are if you work hard. All right. Now, keep your hand up if you're filthy rich. Ooh. So working hard is not what makes you rich. You work hard at McDonald's. Everyone works hard. You're just going to work hard. It's part of life. You work, right? It has nothing to do with hard work. What we're doing here is we're going to show you, right? And this whole summit, and especially Ryan's going to come up in a second. He's going to start teaching more of how this stuff actually works, right? It's the missing piece of a formula that works hard for you. So you're working hard and it's working hard. And it starts to outwork you. Ooh, oh, baby. Your income flows in direct proportion to the yield you learn to earn. If the yield you learn to earn is just by working at McDonald's, that's the yield you'll earn. But just learn a different yield and it changes your entire life. So this is my last slide here. My challenge to you is I want you to spot check and create a positive relationship with money. And this might take a little bit of time and unwiring and like consciously rewiring your relationship with cash. Okay. I also want you to bring up that you should only follow money guides who've been there, done that. Just like that story I was telling you yesterday with the Chase financial planner. He's like, we have some wonderful opportunities for you. And I was like, are you rich? They did not like that, and I had to leave. Okay. And then the last thing here is that I want you to learn to earn a high yield passive income with us. Right? This is the vehicle that beats all the others. All right. Remember that the reason you do it is also what matters. Money is an inanimate object. It has no conscious thought. Being rich is not evil at all either, right? Get rich and then actively seek ways to give back. I've learned that God appreciates that. If you're only ever invited to give back, that's one thing. But if you're seeking ways to do good things with the money, more of it tends to find you, right? Have good morals and principles with it. Money itself is a powerful tool to have what we want in life. Is that helpful? Helpful things? Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So good. Steve, you got to stay up here, my man.
Oh, yeah.
That was amazing. How many of you guys like what Steve just talked about? I tell you what, this guy is my trainer.
I think his mic, you can turn your
Am
mic.
I on? Am I on?
I think it's just the one, the little pack
You
there.
guys hearing me okay? What's going on, everyone? Let's see. I got all my people in here. We got Saunders. We got Lisa.
We
got
just need your
Lauren.
mic pack on.
Oh, my mic pack needs
Yeah.
I'm getting all excited. It's on.
There we go. It's on now.
You got me? All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
You guys hear Ryan all right?
No? You want me to use the handheld mic?
We found another Wall Street person chewing on the power cable. Just a feral. He's coming.
All right,
here.
testing. Oh, there we
Hey,
go.
there we go.
I'm on.
He's back
Let's go.
on.
What's up? All right, guys. What is going on, everyone? Hey, I want to say how amazing was that? That was phenomenal.
Thank you.
You guys, this has been a great day. This has been a phenomenal day. It's been a phenomenal couple of days. And, man, we had lots of things happen last night that we weren't anticipating.
Yeah.
I know you heard from Bob. We want to just give him our love, our prayers, our support. We were up with him beginning at 3 a.m. all the way from the rest of the morning, trying to work on getting him back home. So we'll be giving you updates as he's giving us updates. But what I want to do for a moment is, first off, I want to say thank you personally to this community, to everyone that's on here today. I shared a video in the Facebook group. If you're not in the Facebook group, I just want to come on really quick and say it here. And then, Steve, I've got some very important questions to ask you.
A deal. Sounds good.
I want to say thank you because, our desire is what drives us. And I call it a major definite aim. If any of you have ever read Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, that's one of the things I started on. Just like you talked about, I had to get my mind right. Man, I had to get my mind right. And on my major definite aim, for a decade, I've had best-selling author. I had no
Really?
idea how I was
Just
gonna
had it
do
up there the
It
whole
was
time.
on my major
Happened
definite aim.
yesterday. How cool is that?
I have been, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit more of the backstory tomorrow on writing this book, how phenomenally transformative it's been, because it's been a decade in the making. But I want to say thank you first and foremost. You guys made it happen. You guys, the crazy part about this, there is no best-selling author with amazing readers. I mean, there is no best-selling author with someone out there to read it. And I'll be honest with you, even though I've been doing this for a decade and I've been helping so many people, which has been the honor of my life, there was still this little fear inside of me that when I put this out here, which is a representation of my heart, is anyone going to want to pick it up and read it?
I think that's I felt that with things I put out where you're like, is this any good?
Yeah.
It means you got real. To me, that means that it's real.
It's real.
Yeah,
it's
it's
real.
vulnerable.
And we've sold, Amazon really gives us a hard time to understand how many, but over 1,000 copies of the book. And so I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, with that being said, I want to come back to Steven really quick because, Steve, what you talked about up here, guys, will you bring up Steven's slides and let's go back to the slide where he was talking about his beliefs that had to change.
Oh, these right here.
Yeah, this right here. Because I'm going to ask you a question here really quick about your belief and about your belief and my belief, because this is where it starts. Think and Grow Rich. I mean, that book, you know, I think a lot of people miss it, but it really at the core of it, it's fundamentally rewiring your brain. It's inside of our brain, there's our conscious mind and there's our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind holds our beliefs. And if consciously some guy gets on the internet and says, you can buy a book and retire in 10 years or less, it's possible. That's what I'm saying. But if you don't believe it, you're going to filter out all of the opportunities. You're going to filter out all of the connections, the resources, because subconsciously, if you don't believe it, you don't want it. You're not going to have it. And so much of what is required in our life is to rewire our belief system. And me personally, I've found one of the best ways to do that is to go back to where we started yesterday. Day one, we started with, what's your why? What's your why? And I'm going to ask you that again, because if you don't know what you want and why you want it, then you don't believe that it's possible for you to be financially free. And today, even if you don't believe it's possible for you to be financially free, if you can get really clear on your why, you're going to start to refilter and re-optimize your brain, reactivate your reticular activating system so you can start to accept a new belief. I truly believe, just like you, that God is a God of abundance. He wants us to be abundant. And when I pursue something in alignment with my why, by default, it requires me to go out and become someone new. And that's really what life is all about. It's about, what do I want? Why does it matter? And who do I have to become? Because the only difference between where I stand today and where I want to stand tomorrow to capture what I want is I haven't become that person yet. Otherwise, I'd have the things I want.
It's true.
Right? The life, the experiences, the connections. So, Steve, I want to ask you a very powerful question. I've been interviewing people for this summit, and we're about to hear from Robert Kiyosaki's personal real estate, like the guy who's done billions of dollars on behalf of Kiyosaki. This guy blew my mind. And you're going to hear he's actually been paying me for years. You're going to love this. This is going to be a great interview, okay? But here we go. The question that I've asked everyone is, Steve, if you had to start over tomorrow, believing what you now believe about money, okay?
On this side.
You've worked so hard to update your beliefs around money. And you've kind of been a little bit vulnerable with where you've started and the ups and downs. The thing I love about you is you're real. I mean, you stand up here. Like the first time I met Steve, I'm like, dude, that shirt, man.
The Campbell's Pig shirt.
Like how many tomatoes get thrown at you? I mean,
No, we've gotten stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty, like sometimes I get people mad at me for saying rise up, live free, but man, capitalist pig, like that's a statement, man.
It's a fun shirt to wear while you walk down New York City.
Yeah, that's a statement that you're making right there. But here's what I want to kind of say, you know, for you, you've driven your game plan with the number one gear in the passive income machine. Right? If you look at those three gears, and we're not going to put them up right now, they're in the book, but gear number one is being an empire builder. Gear number two is the vault, and it's protecting what you make. And gear number three is optimizing what you make and turning it into cash flow. It's real estate. But everything is driven in your game plan with production, with making more money. And you have started digging holes, digging ditches, to now envisioning, and not just envisioning, creating a massive ability to make money. You've stood on some of the biggest stages. I've watched you personally make 7 figures in an hour. I mean, it's crazy. So let me take everything away from you. You have no assets. You have no cash in the bank. You have only your beliefs currently. Okay. You have, you know, your studio still, but you have only your beliefs currently and your connections. And if I came to you today and said, Steve, you've got 10 years. At the end of 10 years, if you're not completely financially free, you're done. It's over.
Yeah.
You've got this urgency now. Starting with nothing other than this and your desire, how would you, over the next 10 years, make enough, keep enough, invest enough, so that your passive income, you can never work for money again after 10 years, your passive income funds your lifestyle for the rest of your life? Give us that answer.
Yeah, I recognized early on that one of the reasons I had all these myths in my head is because I I have a strict don't get zapped by God policy.
That's a good policy.
It's a good policy.
I like that policy.
Right? And I kept thinking that money.
Note to self, don't get zapped by God. I
You
like
know,
that.
I was like, money's evil, money's evil, money's evil, money's evil. And so it was this running thing in the back of my head constantly. And so, really, how I went through and did this, and to be just open, I studied scripture a lot to answer the question: is money actually evil, and is that what was intended when it was written? And funny enough, a lot of prayer and tons of scripture study, and then going through and talking to other guides is what really blew that out of the water. And then one day, just this bolt lightning thought hit my head. Wait a second, who's the richest of all? It's like, oh my gosh, God. Like how he gives freely to us this life, right? And I was like, I don't think resources has anything to do with being like, it's not bad. Like, you need resources. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was like that big thing that ripped out from underneath me. Is like, I'm gonna actively try to get rich. I'm not gonna hope for it one day. I'm not gonna actually, that's really what it did. To answer your question though, yeah, funny enough, I laugh and I laugh.
Could we actually talk about that for just a moment?
Yeah.
And then I want you to give it the answer, but I want to share that with everyone here because that is the reason I share production first. Every single one of you, myself included, when I started, you're not going to have enough resources to accomplish your game plan.
You never will.
You never will.
Yeah.
Like, and if you try to do it yourself, and this was the hardest thing, like when I talk about going from Wall Street to Main Street and we cross that bridge of leverage, there's so many different types of leverage. Yeah, we're going to access bank money, but that's the easiest leverage there is. The number one leverage is I got to get leverage on myself. And number two, I got to get leverage around other people around me. I pay this guy right here. I come up here once every couple of months, and what does he teach me how to do? Run a better business, be a better marketer, make more money on the front end. How do I optimize everything? Because this is my coach, right? I pay him every single month
And
to
this
do
is
it.
my coach. We
That's
coach
great.
each other.
That's great.
Yeah.
But the reality of this is when I first started, I had a fixed income. I had a salary. And there's only so much you can do with a salary, right? I mean, we squeezed, we optimized. If my wife is on, she'll tell you, like, there's some funny stories of things we did not spend money on so we could be financially free. But I found the fastest way to achieve financial freedom was to focus on the one thing I had control over, my production.
Yep.
My ability to make money. And here are three things that have served me really well over the years to really optimize the truth around making money. Okay, number one, truth is dollars follow value.
Yep.
Now, if that's true, consider this for just a moment. If dollars follow value, what value can you create? Is it an opportunity for you to create value? Since we're kind of talking about God in this a little bit, let's go biblical for just a moment. Yeah. And let's talk about the parable of the talents. What's said in the parable of the talents? What is the concept there?
The concept is that the I guess a master or whatever gives out money to these different servants, and they do different things with it. And one of them just goes, I'm gonna bury it in the ground so I can just keep it safe. And funny enough, the ones that go out and actually amplify it and invest or create things with it, funny if they're the ones that the master comes back and says, well done, good and faithful servant. Like, you've done well, and I'm going to make you master of everything. And takes from the person who just sat there and saved in scarcity and refused to grow, is what I take from that. Themselves lived in fear, and funny enough,
right,
their lot,
now,
their amount of money went to the person who actually is going for it.
I love that. Let me give you a take on that from what helped me kind of transform my truth around this. Your talent, we can look at that as money because that's how it was optimized in the scripture. We can also look at it as your intrinsic ability, your God-given gift. This man has some tremendous talents. You've seen them on display. I've been so grateful for Steve. He stepped in last minute to help us host this event, and phenomenal. Bob Allen, who just left the stage, has tremendous talents. I have a few talents that I've optimized really well, but I want you to consider this. God gave you talents, and God gave me talents. But he didn't give them to me to have. He didn't give you your talents to have. He gave us our talents to use in the service of other people. I want you to consider that for just a moment. Your talent is a solution to a problem that exists in the world. right? Whether your talent is you're really good at healthcare, whether your talent is you're an extremely good writer. I'm so grateful for Bob. Whether your talent is you're a good business developer, whether your talent is you're a phenomenal mother or father, whether your talent is whatever that is, your talent is meant to solve a problem in the world. And if you don't use your talents, what happens to that problem? It goes unsolved. And if it goes unsolved, that causes suffering in humanity. And the reason the master comes and takes the talent from the one who buried the talent is the problem still needs to be solved.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to do it, I'm just going to give the talent the opportunity to rise to the occasion to someone else.
Opportunities don't stick around. That's the other thing I learned doing this is that there's certain opportunities when I was younger, I said no to or that I waited on. And it's not that they leave, they literally do to go to somebody else.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of what that story teaches is that there's windows and opportunities in these key environments in our life that when we say yes, carry us up. And if not, yeah, that problem, it just goes to someone else. The opportunity does.
The opportunity goes to someone else. And here's the synergistic principle. If dollars follow value, we live in a world where economic is how we transact and share our solutions, our talents with other people. So let's imagine really quick that Steve and I are crossing in the middle of a desert, okay? Because exchange creates wealth is principle number 2. Now, here's fascinating, okay? If Steve and I are crossing in the desert, and let's say Steve has a cooler. I don't know why he's pulling a cooler, but it's a cooler full of water. Oh, there it is. You got the water. Look at you
I love
go.
this analogy. I know
You
you're
got
going
the
for it. I
water.
know you're going for it.
You're the man.
I got the water.
I don't have any cash on me, though.
It's all good.
I've got some cash. Does anyone have cash? Logan, do you have cash? I don't have cash. Anyway.
Just a buck or something.
All right, so
Yeah. There's a wallet right there.
Steve's got water. I've got cash. We're walking along in the desert. I'm really thirsty. Steve's got a bunch of water. And if we walk along and we exchange, and I say, oh, Steve, I've got $100. You've got a bottle of water. If you know you've got a lot more water back at home and you can just walk to your house and get the rest of the water and we exchange, you actually get the $100. I get the water. Now, if I do this, if we exchange and there was no coercion, there was no manipulation, he didn't trick me, this is actually water, right? When I drink it, I actually walk away wealthier.
Yes.
You walk away wealthier. We got exactly what we wanted in this transaction, right? The world is a wealthier place because we transacted. Exchange created wealth on both sides. I don't really want the money. You don't actually want the money. We want what money can be traded for. So if dollars follow value and exchange creates wealth, then profit is a tool of validation that we're optimizing our path as an empire builder. We're using our talents. We're making a difference. So I want to share that with you guys because this will come back to Steve's answer, but it also needs to come back to your answer. How are you going to get more resourceful inside of your life, right? To optimize your talents, to use your resources, to create wealth, to create value, and have more dollars to run your game plan. That's exactly how I started I had a fixed income. And when I got really clear on what I wanted and why I wanted it, I went right back to the one thing I can control, me. And I figured out how I could create more value in the world. And with that added value creation, I made more money. And with that more money, I dumped it into my system to achieve financial freedom. It's not, there's nothing magic about what I did. I just got very, very clear on what I wanted. And I got as resourceful as I could to make it happen as quickly as I could. So Steve, let's go back.
Yeah.
You've got 10 years. You've got 10 years to become financially free. How are you going to do it?
Yeah, it's funny. I would do what I did last night after day one. I actually called my wife and I said, we need to be buying more real estate again and funding a vault. And so we said, the first thing I would do is the first thing in this scenario as well. Let's go back and let's get really serious on all of our expenses again. Let's drop our expenses as far as we physically can, live far below our means. We want to increase our means for sure, but as short term, I want to live below my means and drop all my expenses like crazy, just everything, and really tighten down like crazy. Because what you have to do is you got to free up some cash flow, right? That's the first issue. And so if I have nothing, no income, and I've been in that situation, that's exactly what I did. First, it's just like my dad told me, you'll not exhaust the resources you didn't know you had. There's more resources you have right now than you don't know you consciously have access to, and you do. And so I need to expose them and accept the frame that I'm in and not get whiny. Like the mentality stepping into it is not one of victim, because if you're a victim, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
If you're a victor and you are a full-grown adult, frankly, then you start becoming creative and you start saying, well, how can I solve it rather than woe is me? So that mentality is the first thing I need to spot check. And I probably would write some phrase down that's like future focused. I am financially free in less than 10 years. I am currently spending a lot of time with my family, and we get to go on vacations. I have more money than I know what to do with. And I would write that as a future thing, and I would read it morning and night, and then meditate on it throughout the day as well. Because if I got any other self-talk going on, it is a adversary to that goal. I do this often actually. And I just, because I got to keep it in my head and it needs to seep into my subconscious. So I'd write that phrase, I would meditate on it, I would shrink my expenses like crazy, and then now I got to actually get some income going. So what I would do is I would go and I would find some hot market, something that everyone's talking about on the internet or something that everyone's talking about on the news. I want to ride the noise. Noise is money in marketing. And so I'd find whatever's noisy and I would try to build some kind of information product and I'll just dump it straight in the center of that noise. Because by doing that, the reason I went through 34 failures across 5 years is I did not understand what I just said. I kept making these products that I thought was cool, and that was the issue. I would make what I thought is cool, but I'm not my customer. I don't fill my own wallet. I got to stop asking me. I was making cool products and things that, yeah, were cool, but man, I wasn't asking what the market thought was cool. You know what I mean? So I would make information products. The problem when we sell one of these t-shirts is we make a profit of $6. So I'm not going to go the e-com route because e-commerce has like super low margins. I'm not going to go try to build probably like some software, although maybe you could now with all this like AI stuff. Information, when you sell an information product to somebody else, it's like 98% profit. It's like the credit card processing fee is it. So they're really high margin. And what I would go do is I would create something, and I'd work with ChatGPT to create some cool course, something that's value. Aggregation is value. So someone could just look that up on the internet. Yeah, but they didn't. You did. And I would go and I would aggregate, and I would start interviewing anyone that I could who are experts on that topic, and I would pull together a cool information product, and I'd probably sell it for anywhere from $50 to $1,000. And then I know that now that I've got low expenses, I've got the right mindset, I've got value because I aggregated stuff that's powerful for people that they don't have to go search out. It's really funny. I think I've made 800 podcast episodes, and anything that's in my courses is probably in there as well, but it's not it's not clean, right? And that's, they could just look that up. Yeah, but they didn't. Aggregation is value. And I'm going to go aggregate and create something that's value. I have a product now. And then the number one KPI, the number one thing that I can focus on to actually start that active income is my pitch volume. How often am I pitching? There's a direct correlation to how often you pitch with how much you make. And so I would probably start doing like a webinar each week and sell every single week as many people as possible as soon as my base expenses are covered. And as soon as I do that, I would probably start turning on some ads and try to start scaling the thing with the intention that I need to open up a overfunded vault as fast as possible so I can take advantage of the time window needed. And I was so impressed by your answer yesterday that you need 35 grand for average for a down payment on one of these properties. I'm like, man, that means I got to sell 35 people a $1,000 product. That's not crazy.
Not crazy.
That's not crazy. Funny, last night I went home and I told my wife, I was like, we could build a product specifically with the intention of making 35 grand. We could make a $35,000 product even and just try to sell one a month. And it's our real estate, it's our our vault funder, and let's do that for 2 or 3 years and kick this machine off. That's probably what I'd go do. And as soon as I'll do what you did too, is wait 3 years for these things to gain, to appreciate, to amortize and get that phantom. And then I'd refinance and just start doubling the real estate I own.
Do you hear this? The power of clarity.
Yeah.
Can you see it in your mind?
Oh, 100%. I think I dreamt about it last night.
Guys, can you see it in your mind? Anyone in the VIP section, anyone on YouTube, drop your comments. Can you see it in your mind? That's the reason I'm asking this question to everyone. If they can see it, they're going to do it. If you can see it, it's inevitable, right? We gave you yesterday the pathway. What if inflation made you wealthy automatically? I mean, that's really what this comes down to. So I want you to tell me, can you see it in your mind? Melanie, can you see it? Jody, can you see it? Adila, is that how I say it? Adila Curry, thank you for being here. Leah, can you see it? Let me know if you can see it in your mind's eye, because that's where we're going to be going next. Steven, yeah, Steven can see it, man. Steven's my man. I like Steven. What fun names do you have for me today, Steven? Steven always, dude, he's the best. Can you guys see it? All right, this is me. Let's go. Let's go. Christian, all right, let's go. Steven. Right. I can only swear once at once, and my wife already took it from me. Oh, Ryan Damonly. Okay, that's it. That's even better. Oh, Ryan Demand.
Demand.
My man. All right, I like you. Well, Steve, I want to thank you for giving that answer. I want to thank you for walking us through the myths and the truths. I'm going to now take a moment. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Does that work for you?
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Thank you.
We'll
I
see
appreciate you, my man.
Thank you, guys.
So, guys, I had an opportunity to meet someone who's been paying me for 10 years. I've never actually met this man until about a month ago. And this is Robert Kiyosaki's personal real estate. I don't know if concierge is the right person, but he's behind every deal, every opportunity, every piece of property that Robert Kiyosaki's done for the last, 30 years now. And he's one of the most successful, influential, powerful, and amazingly down-to-earth people you'll ever meet. I'm going to introduce you to Ken McElroy. Ken McElroy, I've been involved in one of his deals. You're going to hear me talk about it. I invested in it almost a decade ago, and Ken's been paying me every quarter. It's been phenomenal. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk to Ken. I'm going to ask him the question I just asked Steve, plus other questions, so you can kind of start to get a feel for the real estate. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back on and I'm going to talk to you about putting the entire framework together. And then this afternoon, we're going to go into 3 in-depth interviews and expert commentary around the vaults and around single-family homes. So with that being said, let's turn the time over to Ken. And just like Steve had you do, I want you to drop some fire, give us some clapping. Steve, what do you tell him to do? Like, rub your head against the keyboard. I don't know. Do what you're going to do. Let's give it up for Ken. Show me that you're here. Show me that you want to hear Ken. And let's go to Ken right now. Let's go. I got to.
Yes, you started out managing apartments, but for many years you didn't actually own properties. Could you just talk a little bit about the mental shifts and the early experiments that maybe set you apart early on? Mistakes hurt the most, and what patterns did you discover that really helped you scale?
Thanks, Scott. Well, first of all, I got to say it was probably an awakening more than anything else. I was managing apartments because it was free rent, and I was a poor college student, and that was why. I mean, it wasn't strategic. It wasn't like I went to some seminar or read some book. It was survival at the time, what happened was I was an awakening. I was collecting rent, paying the bills, and I slowly started to like see the pieces. Okay, I get it now. Like I understand if there's not enough rent to cover expenses, that's not good. When there's a lot of rent covering expenses, that's good. And I just slowly started to figure out the business from the inside. And then the owner of the building that I'm managing, he came over after a few months. He goes, "Hey, thanks for fixing this property." And I said, "Well, it was just easy for me to paint the units and clean them and fill them up because it was less work. And once I knew that I could stabilize it, then it was less time for me. It just made so much sense from a common sense standpoint. And I had grown up. My dad was in the construction battalion in the Navy. I had grown up with a hammer and a paintbrush, and so all that stuff was really easy for me. So once I filled up the property, the value went up, and all of a sudden, after 6 months, the owner came in and he's like, "Thanks, man, you're crushing it." And I said, "Well, I'm definitely on the wrong side of the desk here, but I do understand what I just did, and I'm glad that I did it." And so that kind of started me in the property management business. And when I realized that owner wasn't the only one there was a lot of properties that were very poorly managed, and severely handicapped from a number of issues, and so I just my first education became going and fixing properties for other people, and then eventually when I got the courage, I said I think I'm ready to try this for myself.
I love that. So you got your hands dirty first. You saw it firsthand by putting your hands into it. You saw the power of real estate, and then you started going yourself. Now, Ken, I'll be honest with you. The first time I learned about you, I learned about you because I opened up this door, and it's an exciting, but it's also a dangerous door of alternative investing. I took my money off Wall Street, right? Came onto Main Street and started to figure out the game of real estate. Now, I was introduced to you through Robert Kiyosaki, right? You've kind of been in his world from the very beginning, and the more I know and the more I've learned about you, you've been really the expertise of the real estate side behind his philosophy. So as we kind of bridge this gap of real estate and Robert Kiyosaki, because you've worked so closely with him for decades, how has that relationship of with Kiyosaki really shaped your philosophy around money, around investing, around just the economy in general?
Oh, it's completely. I will tell you, for me in the beginning, Robert was just, as you know, once you run out of money, you have to look for money, and that's where I was with Robert. I had a friend introduced me to me. He was just an LP, a limited partner, that I was just looking to invest in one deal, and I didn't know, I hadn't read Rich Dad Poor Dad or anything. I didn't realize that who he was. Now, I did understand that he had written the book, and it wasn't long after he had written the book. So we've known each other for over 25 years now. But so I did go buy it, ironically, and I read it before I met with him. And so by the time I met with him, I had read it, and so we talked about the book, and there was some interesting things in the book about what I was already doing. And so I just tied it back to everything I was working on. That he became an investor, and we've had an incredible relationship since then. And he's built a high amount of trust with us. And as you know, I've scaled my business since then. But I will tell you, going on the road with him, and internationally, globally, and I'm talking about Russia, Japan, Asia, Europe, all over Germany, Australia, New Zealand, New Mexico, or Mexico, Canada. It didn't really matter. Everybody, every country had the same excuses as the U.S. So sometimes we're sitting in the U.S. and we're thinking, oh, we're different, and it's not different. Everybody has tax, everybody pays rent, not everyone, and the laws are different, the tax laws are different, and things are different for sure, but it's always the same excuses, and it's always the same system. The government is trying to take money away from Main Street, always, and that's what they use to pay tax for all their stuff. And the I guess the aware or the educated, and by the way, I'm not talking about college educated. I'm just saying the educated. They realize that there are ways to be in the system and not part of it. So I think that that's what I learned, that you don't have to have money to start. Everybody has tax, and you have depreciation, and everybody has real estate, and there's renters and there's homeowners in every market. There's interest rates, and there's banks. Like the systems. Yes, a lot of things are different. Interest rates are different. Tax laws are different. The lending rates are different. The central banks are different. Economies are different. But at the end of the day, the economies are very similar. And so that's what I learned. And Robert's there. I struggled with going all over the world and writing all the books and all that stuff because it took time away from my family and my business. But then it's been a remarkable journey as well to realize that we really are extremely connected. And the philosophy, the financial education philosophy that Robert wrote about in that book, that's why it's in over 40 languages. It's spiritual. That book is spiritual.
It is, and I think you hit the nail right on the head when you say it. it really comes down to financial education is the key to financial freedom, right? I mean, it's not as easy as just put your money in a 401k anymore. That game has changed. And Robert Kiyosaki pointed that out. I love that you saw that and help people experience that through real estate.
Yeah, and like there's nothing called a 401k and outside of the U.S.
Yeah.
But to your point, every government has created some kind of retirement plan in and so there's a vehicle somewhere, and across some border somewhere that is trying to get money to invest in stock market through wealth managers and financial planners and insurance companies, and it's really the same. Once I started to realize that the system is set up to take money from Main Street and use it, which is totally fine. I mean, I have no issue with it. It just is what it is. But I didn't understand the rules of the game. It's like I just didn't understand it. And they gave me a macro view that every economy is set up the same. It needs the citizens to pay tax, and it needs their money in a bank, and it needs their money in insurance policies, and it needs their money into these different financial products for the financial services business to operate. And once you realize that you could actually tap into those, like I borrow from insurance companies, I borrow from retirement plans. I went to Canada and we raised 300 million from what they call the RSP, which is our 401k, which is the retirement savings plan. Back in 2007, 8, 9, 10, something like that. And so once you see it's all connected, that the world really is your oyster.
Yeah. Hey, so Ken, taking like investments and looking at things in different markets, let's look at kind of real estate. Why is real estate a powerful strategy for financial freedom? What makes it unique and special? What makes it a great tool for people to achieve financial freedom?
Well, I always try to say, look at every single economy and where do most people hold their wealth? Number one, right? And if you take a look at just like the U.S., for example, or most others, it sits in the home that they own, right? They pay it off or whatever it is. That is like my mom's a great example. She was a hairdresser her whole life. My sister was a bookkeeper her whole life, but they pay off their houses, and the overwhelming majority of what they have at that point is in that house. And so I start there and I say, well, if that's true, then why not just replicate that? So the cool part about real estate from my standpoint is I haven't found anything else. There are other things, but I haven't found many things that somebody else will pay off for you. And you don't need your own money to buy it. So you get like the government does their thing. They have inflation. They don't have inflation or whatever. And then you get this inflationary effect, call it, from holding hard assets or real estate in this case. You get to finance it using OPM or other people's money. So that's a blessing. And real quickly on that, so if a bank is sitting on $1 billion of savings, that's a problem for them. That's an expense. The bank actually owes those customers $1 billion. The interest rate on their savings rate for $1 billion. So they lend it, and that's OPM. So the money that people ironically put into the bank becomes a liability for the bank until they lend it out. And so once you understand that system, so you can actually literally get all the money from someone else. So getting all the money from someone else, having somebody else pay it off, and just having a long-term goal, I think I can't think of anything else. And I know, and let's not forget the incredible tax benefits that you get from owning it. And of course, like a stock market, like I don't know about you, Scott. I've had deals burn. I've had hurricanes. I've had hailstorms. All this stuff. But my insurance company comes in and fixes it for me. I don't have that in the other stuff either. So when there is an issue, we tap into that insurance, and all of a sudden that gets fixed too. So there's I haven't found anything else that has, for me, been so controllable.
I love that. So you're talking about using OPM, and I think that's the key, right? It's knowing that you're never further away from a deal than if you think you have to bring everything to the table yourself. But once you understand that there's unlimited money, there's unlimited opportunity. And Ken, before we press record on this, I was telling you about an asset that I bought from you. I'm looking back in my folder right now. It's 2015. So it's Tucson 8. That's where it is. It's the Tucson 8 project. And you've been paying me on that for a decade now, a decade straight, right? And I invested in that because I used your expertise. But here's the thing I want to bring up. It's been a decade of consistent payments. And when we fast forward all the way to today, 2025, I think a lot of people are worried the market's overhyped, it's over leveraged, there's no good deals, interest rates are too high. I mean, name the excuse. How do you look at there's always access to money, but there's always access to opportunity, even when markets on the surface may not indicate that there are? So how do you go below the surface to still find opportunities in the game of real estate?
Well, that is definitely the hard part. It's this is not one of those situations where, okay, I have the money or now I'm ready. Like, that still might not be the time, because there's a time to hit the brakes and there's a time to hit the gas. And the only way to know that is if you're actually, you've been driving the car for a little while. That's the only way. So you can't, I look at, like, my son when he got his license. He got in an accident like in the first few months. Thankfully, he wasn't hurt. Why? Inexperience, right? And so, and so after a while, you start to see things differently. You've been on the road. You see other drivers' behavior. Now, it's just an interesting analogy. You can't just jump into real estate and get like you can just getting your license and driving a car. You have to actually kind of do it. You have to buy one, then you buy two, then you have to understand tenant behavior. You can't read about it. You can't watch about it on YouTube. You have to sit down across from a bank and be on the side where they say no. You have to have a deal where you don't have the money, and you need to figure it out. Even on that Tucson 8 deal back in 2015, I remember exactly what happened was the there was an 8 property deal that was coming out of what was called the housing authority, where the low income component was burning off in a year and a half. And so, in order for us to get that deal, Ross and I had to put $1 million up hard, non-refundable, day one, personally, and we did it. And that, that was 10 years ago. So you imagine, I was like, well, so obviously we dug into the 8 deals, we looked at it, and inside of those 8 deals, that's where the value add came from. And there were things that property owner wasn't doing, that they just hadn't kept up with the times. So kind of back to that property management side of the business, I was looking at it from an operational standpoint, and I said, these are all the ways that we can increase value, and we did, as you know. So I had the confidence that we could put up that $1 million, and I could create the value and get that back. And so that not only yourself, but all the other investors and Ross and I could benefit from that. And so I think that comes from driving that car for a while. That comes from seeing the actual deal and understanding that, how a lot of people focus on cash flow or cash on cash, and I think that's important. My main objective is my cash back. That's a big difference. Like, how am I going to get my cash back without selling the property? And so, that's return of capital, not return on capital. And I think it's a big difference with a lot of these, folks that come into the market late where they're looking to, and by the way, I think you have to do that. You have to check that box. How much, if I invest in this, how much am I going to get back? And what's my, am I going to be better off in a T-bill? Or am I better off in this deal? I get that, but for me, it's a bigger view. And so with that, Pete, the answer to your question is it's extremely hard to find those deals, but when you do, then you know.
You know what? I want to piggyback on that. And Scott, I'm going to ask one more question, then let's take it into the type of assets that we want to talk about. But Ken, you're so good at what you do. And when you talk about time under tension, right? I mean, I'm sure you've learned through the school of hard knocks, through losses. I mean, I don't know if you guys caught what Ken just said. He had to put up $1 million inflation adjusted a decade ago. That's close to $2.5 million today of his own money just to be able to look at doing due diligence. And the number one question that he's asking is, how do I get my money back? Now, Ken, this summit is specifically focused on helping people own real estate, not necessarily do real estate. So for context on this, I want you to kind of open up the playbook a little bit and talk about what it means to be a professional real estate investor. And you've given me the opportunity to step into your world and own a part of real estate, but leverage not just OPM, but leverage OPE, other people's experience, right? Your experience as a deal maker, that's paid me and it's allowed me to have what I want, which is profit and time. And it's allowed you to get profit by me bringing money into your deal. But how does someone, if they want to get into it professionally, because we're advocating do it passively, right? Own an asset, but don't do the work to flip it and manage it like you do. Talk us through a little bit what it takes to be a professional real estate investor like you are.
Well, thank you. I as I said, if you want to go back to when I got a degree, I wrestled in college. That's how I got there, and I did not at the time have, do I want to be a real estate professional in my brain? And as you know, my wife, she's got 5 now. My sister, who was a bookkeeper her whole life at the Everett Clinic, which is what area that I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. She had several $1 million of paid off real estate by the time she decided to retire. So you can take it a few ways, right? You can take it you don't have to be all in the beginning is what I mean. Like you could start off with 1 and then you do 2, then you do 3, then you do 4. And what actually happens, Ryan, is you realize that you're going to make a lot more money doing this than you are. So I don't actually advocate people to kind of jump over at all. I say, just do 1, pay it off, do 2, pay it off. My wife's parents are looking, they're retiring actually right now. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, why are you guys retiring? It's because they own a bunch of real estate that's paid off. That's why. Like, period. And by the way, I would not put them in the real estate investor category or the professional at all. I would not put my sister there. Danielle's on her way, and I think that she wants to, do that. No, but I always say, I just think that you should consider it as opposed to putting all your money in Wall Street or something like that. So now, once you dip your toe in the water and you start to see the cash flow, you start to see how the community is, right, which is super supportive. They help you find lenders, they help you find contractors, they help you find equity, they help you, they mentor you along, they coach you, and I'm not talking about, it doesn't even have to be paid. Like, these are people that you can run into if you're just, in the right circles, and so obviously. For a lot of people, they do take that next step, and they they go double down, and so I always tell people, start slow, make small mistakes, make small investments, and build your team. And then if you like it, great. If you don't, then just do it every once in a while. But what I've found is that once they kind of see that, oh, you kidding me? I get these kinds of tax benefits and I can offset my ordinary income.
Yeah.
What? And then I mean, Daniille's now obsessed, right? And I've watched her. I mean, by the way, she was a teacher, yeah, school teacher, and then then she started a little business that wasn't scalable, so she sold that, and then she became an esthetician. So she did all of this just one at a time. And only now, last summer she got a real estate license. But after I don't know 5-6 years of owning, a few, and so now she's full on, raring to go. But it took her a while, I think, to trust the system, to trust the cash flow, to trust how it works. Some people jump straight into the pool. Not her. Like she starts with one toe, and then you got to talk her into the second one. But that's okay. I think you got to meet people where they're at.
I love that.
Yeah. So, talking about Daniil's experience, starting with single family and, that toe in the water, looking at that, you work on a lot of big projects, multifamily, but why do you believe single family rentals are kind of a good entry point? Why are they a good place for people to start building a real estate portfolio? Why do you like them as an asset class?
Well, they're it's the masses, right? So you look at whatever one. There's so many ways to do it, and there's so many ways to exit. So there's you can make it a long, you can live in it, you can make it a long-term rental, you can house hack it, you can burr it, which is the refinance out. You can Airbnb it. Like there's just like once you start to realize it's not just a house, there's lots of options. I have a buddy that I'm from the Seattle area, and he just goes and finds these houses on these huge lots, and he'll put one or two more on there, and that's it. So what happens is you start to see all the options, from from density, or how many you can put on there, or height, or maybe you rip it down and you build something, or there's there's so many ways, and there's so many moves. And so that's why I like the single family house option, because and by the way, I think it completely trumps apartments, which is what I'm in, right? I've got 10,000 apartments. If I had a choice with a garage, a yard, and a family, that's where I'm going. I'm not going into a 3-bedroom apartment, and for all the obvious reasons. So single family homes have all been the go-to, especially if you can get them affordable. And so, when I'm trying to buy apartments, I'm completely cognizant of the single family home prices in the neighborhood next to me. If they're really close, I pass, because given the choice, the person's going to go to the single family. If like I just bought a building in Las Vegas where the homes in the area are $2 to $4 million, and the apartment building is next to a Whole Foods, and so the rents are, let's call it $2,000, but the jump to the neighborhood next door is significant. So people, so that kind of keeps the occupancy high. So there's a strategy for both, but for me, you can buy affordably. I know, Scott, you and I were just at our mastermind recently, and you were telling me that you were looking in the Detroit area, and I was looking at the numbers over lunch when we were having lunch. The numbers are off the charts, like, for the amount of money you put down and for the rent, the return. So at the end of the day, but again, when you start, you don't know what to look for. You just think, oh my gosh, Detroit, why would I ever go to Detroit? Because all you heard is the legacy issues, but like everything, Markets come and go. They're in favor at times and they're not at other times. And that's the beauty of the business. So I think, and also, as my good friend used to do with homes, he looked at markets as diversification. So he would have one in Boise, one in Vegas, one in Seattle, one in Scottsdale, let's say, one in Denver, one in, and I said, why do you have these all over the place? He said, well, for me, it's like my stock market. Sometimes the Boise market's really strong, sometimes it's not, sometimes Denver's strong, sometimes it's not. So he looks at markets as diversification, and I thought that was a pretty good strategy, and it really worked well for him.
That's a great insight there. Doing that, getting a little single family home spread out and diversifying. That way, you don't have all your eggs in a basket. That's pure gold. Pure gold.
I love that. So, Ken, to ask you just a couple more questions to close this out, you have given us so much value. Now, I know for you, you got going property manager, right? Get your hands dirty out of necessity. But I think over time, I've seen you becoming more contribution minded, right? You're wanting to give back. You're wanting to figure out how to get younger generations involved, wanting to help. I mean, your YouTube channel, your Instagram, everything you do is to help empower people with money, which is so much appreciated. As you look at your kids growing up, getting into the real estate markets, what would you what advice would you give to the younger generation, specifically your son, right, to get into the real estate world today, even when it feels like prices are high, rents haven't caught up, interest rates? What advice would you give to your younger self?
Yeah, well, thank you. I feel, I feel like every time it feels monumental at the beginning. Like every single time, like as Scott knows, he's an avid hiker. I took both my kids to Kilimanjaro when they turned 17, and so I look at the mountain the same way I look at when they, when they are getting ready to buy that first real estate deal. It's the same. How am I going to do that? How am I going to climb that? I don't have the money. I don't have the experience. What if I lose everything? I don't know lenders. I don't know property managers. All the stuff people think about is what I try to do on my YouTube channel. As you know, it's a blessing for me to have to be able to communicate that out and help people shortcut some of the things that I've learned over this period of time. And then now we do that live event in called Limitless, which has been just a incredible, where we bring in 50 some speakers and I just think that the traditional education doesn't teach us about money, and we all know, you guys included, that you have to figure that out, and we figure that out on the street. Like, we figure that out from people that sometimes we get taken by it, and sometimes we make mistakes, and that's okay. I do believe that. I think that's part of the process. But if I can help people shortcut some of those things and make good decisions and speed things up, even with your book, retiring in 10 years, that's coming out soon. I wish I would have started 10 years earlier. And I think, it just seems so obvious now as I look back, and Jobs said that, you can connect the dots looking backwards. It's very hard to connect them looking forward, and you got to have a little bit of faith, and you got to have a little bit of trust. You got to kind of know who to follow and who not to follow it. And I think that so for me, that's been what's driving me.
Well, Ken, I've got to just say thank you as an investor, as someone who's learned so much from you over the years. How do people get connected with you? We're going to drop all the links, but if you wanted someone to come follow you, how do people get connected with you directly?
Yeah, it's just kenmcelroy.com. So KenMcelroy.com. And that leads you to everything. And I think, you can find all the different things we're doing. And we're just having a blast over here. I got to tell you, like, it's a completely, this little side hustle has turned into for me, it gives me a lot of my why. You know, I'm at the age now where I I'm kind of on a rinse and repeat flywheel with my business. Sometimes we get like that. I know for some of you starting, it's hard for you to imagine, but trust me, it's like after been doing something a long time. I wish it gave me the joy each and every time, like it did when I first started. Um, and so the YouTube channel, the education, all that stuff, kind of gives me my why. So it's really, really a blessing.
Well, it comes through. It really does, Ken. I mean, I can feel your fire, your passion, and with Anil, I can feel her excitement and expertise growing with every single episode. It's really really cool what you guys are doing. So let me ask you the pinnacle question. I'm gonna kind of build you up for just a minute because we've had several people that I've interviewed, me and Scott on this summit, and we've asked every single person one common question. And these are people that we all look up to, we aspire to. They're smart, they're capable in their own right, but very few people could actually give a definitive answer. And I already have a feeling of what your answer is going to be to this. But Ken, let's say we had to wipe everything out for you. Okay, no more real estate, no more 10,000 doors. You can still have all your connections, all of your mindset, your knowledge, your experience and expertise, but no money in the bank, no assets to rely on, and you've got 10 years. You're starting all over. Over the next 10 years, you can work, you can earn, you can save, and you can invest. But after 10 years, you can never work for money again. And whatever you've earned and built over this next 10 years has to support your lifestyle, your legacy, whatever you want that to be for the rest of your life and into future generations. Give me a playbook. What would you do over the next 10 years to ensure you were free and you had the legacy that you could leave to anyone you wanted to leave a legacy to financially?
Well, the first thing I think is success means something different for everyone. So what I think you got to define that. So, and mine certainly changed. When I was a young person, I would say that it was more financial based. Today, it's not, right? It's relationship, health, and relationship with my wife, my kids, and my friends, and things like that. Now, again, that doesn't pay the bills, so I do understand that. But I do think that so you got to kind of define what that means to you. So I'll just break it down financially. So if let's just say that your financial goal today is 10,000 a month, okay? You have to start with some kind of a goal, and maybe that's a 10-year goal. And maybe it needs to be more, but let's just say we'll start there. So what does that mean? That means that then you reverse engineer. So, but you have to start with a goal. Otherwise, you're not going to, all roads lead to nowhere. You have to, even if the goal changes. So in my personal life, in my business life, I have a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and 10-year goal, and I revisit it every single year. So, and I actually meet quarterly as well. So I meet quarterly in between, but I have a 1, 3, 5, and 10. So let's say your goal in 10 years is 10,000. Just to pick a number. That means that you need to buy 10 properties at $1,000 a month cash flow, or 20 properties at $500,000 of cash flow, whatever. Like, you just reverse engineer it. Okay, now you at least have a target, an end road, whatever that is. Now, the interesting thing is you're going to start, and then you're going to figure out how to do that. Okay, I need to buy one property at 1,000. Well, that's when everything starts to be a little more clear. So I would say for the first 1 to 3 years, the only thing you should be doing is trying to hit that goal. And my guess is that you'll probably do that in the first 3 years. That would be my guess, based on my personal experience of mentoring and coaching enough people, that you're going to set a 10-year goal, and you're going to, if you're intentional, you're going to probably do it in the first 3. Now, you may or may not, but the point is, at least you're on your way. And then each year you're revisiting. And then during years, let's say 3 to about 7, you can figure out how to scale it, flywheel it, whatever you want to call it, whatever buzzwords you want to use. But that's when you start to build out your team, like Scott's doing now, right? Like expand to new markets, things work locally. You start with that one toe in the water, and now you got both feet in the water, and now maybe you're up to your waist, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm gonna start swimming out to the deep end, and I'm gonna try for Orlando. I'm gonna try for Detroit. So that's what we did. So we went to other markets. We're in Las Vegas, we're in Houston, we're in Dallas, we're in San Antonio, we're in Fort Worth. Those are all things that we did next. And then then of course you got a zillion things that go wrong and right during that period of time, and that gives you time to figure that out. And then what happens is, by the way, at this point, I'm still not selling. I'm holding, and I'm letting the tenants pay everything off, and I'm benefiting from the tax. So now you're 7 years in, and then in 8, 9, 10, now you start to harvest. And you start to harvest some cash, and you got to make sure that you don't have the lifestyle creep come in, because that's what kills a lot of people. That's when you start to see multiple houses or a jet or these exotic cars or whatever they might be, things that are, I would call them unfocused. And so in 8, 9, 10, that's when you start to take a look, and then you reposition assets. So let's say you bought 30, 40 properties. I guarantee you have a top 20 list and a bottom 20 list. And so what you do is you sell those bottom 20 back out into the market. You never get rid of the top 20. And then then you kind of go for that second or third bite of the apple. That's what I would do.
That was such a beautiful playbook, man. I'm ready to go out and get I love the way you said with clarity, it goes from 10 to 3. I think clarity is the key, right? The 1 year, the 3 year, or the 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, that's such a powerful, and then revisiting it every 90 days. Scott, why don't you close us out? Ken, you have given so much wisdom today. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Ken, yeah, thanks so much. It's great. Somebody's been around, seen so much, care about so much, and I just love how much you give back. Your YouTube channel and all that you do there, you give nuggets of wisdom every single week to make a difference. So I know I've learned so much just listening to you, watching you, seeing how you analyze things and do it. So I've been blessed and benefited greatly, and I can't think of a better resource for people that are watching this than to go to kenmcelroy.com, follow you, check you out. You're just a great trailblazer that a lot of us are drafting off of and benefiting. So thanks so much for all of the wisdom you shared today.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Yeah, for sure.
All right, everyone, give it up for Ken McElroy. How amazing was that? I love how much he says you need to have the 10-year, the 5-year, and the 3-year, and just start pushing towards it. Our goals matter a lot. I had a coach recently ask me, this is going to sound like I'm patting myself on the back, but she goes, how come you grow so fast? And I was like, it actually has a lot to do with what Ken just said. I said, I actually do this. This is my 3-step part on how to grow quick. You ready for this? Okay. I said, first thing I do is I have to write down the goal. If it's not written, it's not real. So I have to have clarity on where I'm going. The second thing I need to do is I need to get a guide and a map, because I don't know where I'm going, right? I might be able to see the peak, but I can't see the trail. So I need a guide and I need a map. And then the third thing I do is I practice what I call just-in-time learning, meaning I'm not going to study step 96 if I'm not on step 95. Does that make sense? There's obviously things that you don't know right now, of course. It would be weird if it didn't. You probably wouldn't be here, right? And so I'm only ever going to practice what I call just-in-time learning. I've got a guide, I got a map, I can see where I'm going. Only ever solve the single next step in front of you, right? And then you just take it. Meaning, if I'm going out and I'm starting to study 1031 tax-deferred exchanges and I don't even own my first property, why on earth am I learning that? You know what I mean? There's things that you might be tempted to go learn because learning gives us the facade of action, but it's not action. And so how powerful is that, having a guide and a map? And we've gone through inside of this workshop and this summit so far, and we've shown you need a game plan, right? You need the guide, you need the map. And Ryan is that guide, but we want to go forward and we want to share with you guys more of the map. Okay, the first time Ryan sat down with me and he taught me these game plans, we sat down with his company, and I was blown away at how close all of this was, how attainable. I thought I was still gonna have to I gotta be a decagazillionaire in order to play in the real estate game. Like, what? That's my game plan? That's amazing. It's got my current income in it. I can see what I need to start setting aside, and I can see where I can start looking at real estate and such. Would it be all right if I bring Ryan back on and he's going to talk to you guys how you guys can get your own game plan? Yeah, fantastic. That was a great talk, wasn't it? Go over to the comments and say, "Give me Ryan, Steven. Get your stuff off that stage." Everyone, put your hands together for Ryan Lee.
Stage. What's up, guys? What's up? All right. Hey, we are coming up on lunch, so I'm going to get right into it. And I'm going to share with you. I need the clicker wherever that's at on the podium. Okay, here we go. Okay, guys, we're going to get after it. I'm really, really excited to share this with you. I thought this would be appropriate to put this slide in here. I didn't normally have this, but I thought it would be appropriate based on just the morning, right? I mean, Bob stands up and delivers, life is happening. Life is happening in the middle of our best laid plans. Life is happening. And I'm going to share a couple of examples of life happening in the pursuit of financial freedom. In the pursuit of financial freedom, I want you to consider this. You're going to be going on a hero's journey. And I love this metaphor because I think it's a metaphor for life. It's a metaphor for those who are purpose driven, for those who are constantly chasing down the best version of themselves. I've given you a call to adventure, right? And that call to adventure is you. No matter who you are, no matter where you start from, no matter what your resources are today, can retire in 10 years or less. And we've talked about the difference between retiring and selling off into the sunset and retiring and living a purpose-driven life. But in order to do this, it's going to require you to go from your known world. Your known world is whatever the world you live in right now. Maybe you're max funding your 401k. Maybe you're optimizing a portfolio. Maybe you haven't even started saving yet and you're in credit card debt. But you're going to have to go from your known world and you're going to have to hear this call to adventure and cross a threshold. It's the funnest, scariest, awesomest, wonderfulest threshold ever. You're going to go from the known world to the unknown world. And in the unknown world, this is where you start to become that person necessary to become financially free. I promise you, on the journey to financial freedom, you're going to arrive at some point in your life in the abyss. And the abyss is when you find yourself in a position where you're like, oh my gosh, how did I get here? I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea how I'm going to get out of this. I don't know what to do next. And it's going to challenge your commitment to what you said you wanted, your call to adventure. How clear on you on what it is that you actually want. Because when you get to the abyss, if you're not really clear or convicted in what you want, it's super easy to just go right back and say, man, that's too hard. I'm going to go right back to normal. Life is normal. I'll figure out goals and financial freedom sometime later when I've got more time, got more resources, got more commitment, right? And this is where most people find themselves. Their life doesn't advance because they're unwilling to face the abyss. Inside of our world, inside of my community, inside of the events that we do, my team that works with me, we talk about this concept all the time. Everything you want, everything I want is on the other side of our fear. Now, fear is not a bad thing. Fear drives you, right? And once you get here and you're clear on what you want, the abyss is the metamorphosis. It's the transformation that creates the hero. You're going to be the hero of your own journey. Let me walk you through how I became the hero of my own journey. Now, I didn't do it on my own, right? I already gave you this framework. I read these books. I bought 3 houses. I found myself in a very difficult position. I kind of told you a little bit about this yesterday. I bought my very first house and walked around with my chest all puffed out. I'm a real estate investor. Bought my second house. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Bought my third house, hyperventilate, right? I didn't know what to do. I had a part-time job. I now manage properties, and man, I'm the worst. And on this particular property, I put a tenant in the property. I was doing lease options at the time. And I put a tenant in the property that was willing to give me a higher down payment on the property, even though that tenant had a bunch of red flags. I mean, red flags everywhere. But they were willing to give me more money up front. So I'm like, that's got to be good. For the next 6 months, I paid the price of that lease option payment where these tenants just wreaked havoc on my life. I developed a healthy aversion to my cell phone because every time it rang, I knew there was a problem that I was ill-equipped to deal with as a property manager. And I was still working my corporate job. I sold hospital beds. I was still traveling and doing things. And I found myself one time up in Rapid City, South Dakota, in front of a boardroom of hospital administrators trying to sell hospital equipment, right? There I am making my pitch, doing my thing, and my phone, you know, the little buzz. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, another one. Finally, I pick it up and I look at it, and it just blew up. My phone was just blowing up from all kinds of different numbers. So I excuse myself from the boardroom. I listen to my phone. I pick up my voicemails, and the tenant, the spouse, the wife of the tenants, was the first one on the voicemail saying she was so sorry that she would make sure it would never happen again. Please don't evict him. The second voicemail was from the tenant himself. This is the guy who just gave me all kinds of fits and problems. And he said he would do it again. That cat had no business on his lawn, and he wasn't sorry. And then I had 10 voicemails from all the neighbors of this house right here saying, and they were going to sue me. And then my final voicemail was from a police officer saying, son, you better call me. You got a problem. The tenant in this house shot a neighbor's cat. Boom. Didn't want that cat on his lawn apparently anymore, and shot the neighbor's cat. And I'll never forget when this happened. It's easy for me to talk about it now, but this is just a couple of months after I shifted gears from the 401k world into the real estate world. And I wanted to melt into a corner of the Rapid City, South Dakota hospital. Good thing I was in a hospital, because I'm like, just take me to the ER, right? I'm having a panic attack. I didn't know what to do. And I found myself in a position where I was absolutely stuck, right? I'm on the verge of getting sued for real estate. And I wanted to be financially free. This is when I realized I had a major problem on my hands. I was doing everything that Bob talked about. I'm grateful for Bob. He got me going on the path. But man, that was not for me. I did not get into real estate wanting to do real estate. I am the world's worst property manager. Now, there's a benefit to this. Every problem has a solution to it, right? And every challenge is an opportunity. I found myself in the abyss, but I wanted what I wanted. I wanted to be financially free. I wanted to own and control my time. And so for me, I really desired to do something different. And I questioned my desire. And this questioning my desire sought me to looking for answers. And oftentimes when we're looking for answers, we find them in the most unlikely places. I was reading a book, Think and Grow Rich, again, right? I talked about this morning. But in Think and Grow Rich, there's a story about Henry Ford. And I love this story because Henry Ford, arguably one of the most transformational business owners of all time, right? Ford Motor Company. I drive a Ford F-150. I love it. But when Henry Ford started making trucks or cars, actually, everyone was kind of fighting against him. Like, people aren't going to drive cars; they use horses. But Henry Ford continued to do what he was going to do until he actually had a newspaper company that started slandering him. Right? They started accusing in the newspaper that Henry Ford was the most ignorant businessman of all time. He had no business running Ford Motor Company. He had no business acting as a businessman. So Henry Ford decided to sue him, right? Took him to court. And I can't imagine this, but he's sitting in court, and the New York Times, they started just asking him all kinds of questions. But they were random questions like, who won, where was the Battle of the Bulge in World War II or World War I or whatever that, I don't even know. But they were asking all kinds of questions, like historical questions, what's the square root of XYZ, just all kinds of crazy questions that had nothing to do with Henry Ford being the CEO of Ford Motor Company. And after about 10 minutes of this, Henry Ford held up his hand, okay? He held up his hand and he said, stop. On my desk, I have a row of electronic push buttons. Now, I can just imagine that. Like, on his desk, he has a row of electronic push buttons. And I can push a button to someone here to answer any one of the ridiculous questions that you're asking me. This has nothing to do with me running a company, and my objective of running a company is to get the who solution, to get the right people around me to answer these asinine questions that you're asking me, and to run a company. That was his solution. Now, that might not seem like a solution to you, but that was a solution to me. I wanted a row of electronic push buttons. I wanted to be in real estate. I knew real estate was the key. You just heard from Ken McElroy. Real estate is the key. But I kind of wanted to be in real estate kind of like Robert Kiyosaki. Do you think Robert Kiyosaki has ever called or ever had to talk to one of his tenants? No. Robert Kiyosaki writes books about real estate, and then Ken McElroy and his entire team manage the real estate. Do you see the power in that? Ken is a real estate professional. Ken is a real estate professional. He does something professionally, just like going to a doctor. I want a professional to operate on me, right? That's how Robert Kiyosaki owns real estate. So I'm like, I just need a row of electronic push buttons. That's what I wanted. This led me to do something I had never, ever, ever, ever even considered, right? In my life, I hired a coach. Now, I'll never forget how this happened for me, okay? When I was in college, I was running through college as fast as I could, right? I got my 4-year degree in college in 2 years. My senior year in college, I took 28 credits all at once. I took 2 classes at the same time, and I just rotated which day I went to which class. I was not in college to learn. I was in college to check a box, to get done, so I could get out, right? And I remember in college there was this guy named Chris, and Chris was the only guy in my program that didn't graduate with a position upon graduating. Everyone in my program except Chris had a job. I didn't really think much about it, but Chris during college was buying real estate. That seemed weird and very risky to me. I was on the pursuit of getting a safe job, having a safe paycheck, retiring early, right? That was my path. And so we graduated. I went on my way. Chris went on his way. I didn't even think anything about it. In fact, I didn't even really know Chris that well. I mean, we were in a small advertising program. And so I knew of him, but we weren't buds or anything like that. I just thought, that guy's crazy. I'm going to see that guy on the bread line. 4 years after losing everything, right, in the stock market, I was back home kind of licking my wounds, trying to figure out what was going on. I had my 3 properties now. I am trying to figure out how to make all of this work. And I'm back home for the holidays. And I run into Chris. Now, I ran into Chris at a restaurant. We exchanged some pleasantries. But it was one of those moments, you know, when you're looking for something, and this is what I was talking to Steve about earlier, your reticular activating system, it identifies opportunities when you're attuned to those opportunities. I wasn't aware that Chris was going to be at this restaurant. I hadn't talked or thought about Chris since college, but as soon as I ran into him, my reticular activating system started going crazy. Because we exchanged, shook hands, exchanged pleasantries, but he had this air of confidence about him. He wasn't braggadocious. He wasn't trying to rub it in, but here I am literally in financial scarcity. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. And Chris had this air of confidence. And I knew whatever he was doing, I wanted. I said, Chris, will you show me what you're doing in real estate? So he invited me and my wife to his office the next day. Now, this was crazy, okay? We walked into his office. I'm trying to figure out how to manage my portfolio. I have a tenant that just shot the neighbor's cat. I'd read Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, Henry Ford, The Row of Electronic Push Buttons. And as soon as I walk into Chris's office, I felt like I was home. I felt like I saw what I wanted for the first time in my life. I was used to a corporate environment where everything was plain, posters of like cats being lions, that kind of garbage, But I walked into Chris's office and it was full of pictures of adventures, of a life lived. He was in a t-shirt and I'm in like a suit, and like everything in his office I wanted. And so I sat down with Chris and Chris proceeded to show me a future for myself based on what he had been doing in his own life since college 4 years ago. And I'll never forget when I sat down with him, he kind of confirmed, yeah, he's like, cool, Ryan, I'm glad you're in real estate. You got the first lesson right, savers or losers. But man, did you even read that book? Because you are totally blowing it. He said the next lesson in Rich Dad Poor Dad is the rich don't work for money. I don't know if you've ever read that. That made zero sense to me. How do you not work for money? So he went on to proceed to tell me, and sorry, these slides are a little bit messed up there, but he went on to tell me that passive income is not a side hustle. Passive income is not actively investing. Passive income is not trading time for money. You think you're going to be financially free, but yet you're doing all of these things. He said passive income is actually building a system where you do the work one time, and then you get paid over and over again without generating or without, more time invested. Okay, that makes sense on paper, but how the heck do I make that my reality? I didn't understand. Smart guys actually understand this. Wealthy guys, rich guys understand this. Warren Buffett says if you don't learn how to make money while you sleep, you're going to work until you die. I was working until I had a full-time job, and now I have a part-time job managing real estate. I was further away from financial freedom than ever before. Now, this is where my commitment to my future got tested. Okay, I was willing to invest in some books. I bought Robert Allen's book. I don't know, it cost me whatever, $15. Bought Rich Dad Poor Dad, cost me whatever. I was buying CDs at the time. You remember back in the day, CDs and Walkmans and stuff? I think it wasn't like that. There was no iPhones, right? So I was listening to all that stuff on my tapes and all that. I was willing to do that. But I said, Chris, can you show me how to do this? And I'll never forget what he said. He's like, yeah, I could show you how to do this, but I don't think you're ready for it. I was like, what does that mean, Chris? I don't understand. He's like, look, Ryan, in order for you to do this, I need to make sure I don't coach people. If you want me to show you what I've been doing, you need to put some skin in the game. You need to put some time on the line. You need to make sure that if I'm going to take my time, you're invested in doing everything I tell you to do. I'm like, Chris, I'll do it. He's like, no, you won't. You're too busy. You're busy focused on all your problems. You need to be focused on the opportunities and the solutions to those problems. And he's like, I'm going to give you an opportunity right now. Okay, and I'm like, cool, let's go. Are you gonna show me how to fix this neighbor, this tenant that shot the neighbor's cat? And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna charge you $10,000. I'm gonna charge you $10,000, and I will coach you. Now, I had an opportunity. I have an opportunity in front of me. I have a choice to make in front of me. I went into Chris's office to find out what he'd been doing, not to get a proposition to be coached. My wife is sitting right next to me. Okay, now she knows I'm in some mental turmoil. She knows that the real estate isn't working. She knows I'm frustrated with my job. I'm frustrated with the corporate ladder. Now, it just so happened that we had about $10,000 to our name, but that's about it. And I was earmarking that for real estate. So if I'm not going to buy more real estate with it, I'm going to hire a coach. Like, how $10,000 seemed crazy, right? It seemed crazy to me. But I'll never forget, I decided to write the check and hand it to Chris. Now, I kept glancing over at my wife as we were sitting there, and I thought she gave me the thumbs up, maybe the encouraging. She says she didn't, but I thought she did. I don't know. We kind of joke about that now. But when we walked out of that office, I felt both excited and extremely nervous that I just paid someone $10,000 to coach me. And I'll never forget, we were driving a Toyota RAV4. We're back in Utah. It's Christmas time. It's kind of bleak outside. And we're driving back to my parents' house, right? We're driving back to my parents' house. And it's me and my wife sitting in the car. And there was this uncomfortable, kind of awkward silence. It felt like it was dragging on for a long time between my wife and I. And I thought, man, she's going to kill me. I just spent $10,000 on a coach. And we're driving, and we look over at each other. And I'll never forget this moment. We just started laughing. We didn't really have words for what we just did. But for the first time, we actually put money on the line for a dream that we actually had. And I'll never forget, over the next 12 months, my life transformed completely. I call Chris my Miyagi, right? Because he showed me a completely different pathway to doing real estate. And it was like me up here, Daniel's son, training to do the kick. And every time I had a question about what to do next, I could call up Chris and say, hey man, how did you handle this? What did you do? And I'll never forget, I started buying properties passively, which I'm going to explain to you here in just a minute, not actively. He helped me fix my tenant issue. He helped me started scaling my portfolio. And a couple months in, this is like 3 months in, I was buying properties passively. I had this happen. I had a car drive in the, crash off the side of the road, and it drove right into the front of my house. It drove right into the front of the house, and I called Chris. I'm like, Chris, a car in my house. What? How am I going to do this? And he's like, Ryan, my Miyagi. He's like, look, man, you got this. There's this thing called homeowners insurance. It's all covered. We're doing this the right way. And so he Miyagi'd me. I'm sitting there crying, and I'm injured. I don't know what to do. He's rubbing his hands. He put it on me, and he sends me back out there, and he gave me the best advice I could ever had. He reminded me what I wanted. He said, Ryan, you cannot lose if you do not quit. You see, up to this point, I said I wanted what I wanted, but I don't know if I was fully committed yet, because I kept looking. Every time a problem came up, I kept looking for a way out. I kept saying, Chris, give me the easy way. And he told me there is no easy way. The easy way is the way forward. The easy way is commitment. The easy way is, once you're committed, you're not going to lose. You're just going to get up and you're going to keep moving forward. I gave you the numbers yesterday. Real estate works out. You're going to deal with some challenges in the middle, I promise you. Okay? Now, in just 12 months, my entire life transformed. And I'm so grateful for it. He took me from 3 properties being completely stuck to 17 properties and walking away from my corporate career just 4 years later. Cost me $10,000 to do it, but man, if I look back in hindsight, there were a couple pivotal moments, transformational moments in my life. Reading those books were definitely one, because it opened me up to a new world. It made me aware of a problem. But hiring a coach to get me through the hard times that I kept looking for a way out when things got hard was the second. I started working on a who solution, not a how solution. Now, I want you to consider this for yourself. In order for you to be financially free, you have to do just like I did, okay? You have to shift from working hard to working smart. Every single person that's come into this community, that's come into my world, those 1,000 people I've been talking to you guys about, they are all hard workers. None of them are scared of working hard. In fact, they've worked really hard to get exactly where they are today. I've worked really hard to get exactly where I am today. Promise you though, the next level of your progression as an empire builder, as a person, is going to require you to work smarter, not harder. And this is actually a benefit to you because in reality, here's what I want you to consider. You cannot achieve financial freedom trying to do all the work yourself. You do not have enough resources. Go back to Henry Ford. Henry Ford could not have built Ford Motor Company without his row of electronic push buttons. You cannot do it yourself. If Henry Ford tried to be the guy who assembled the cars, engineered the cars, put them together, painted the cars, there would never be a Ford Motor Company. The same for your financial freedom. I want you to consider how real estate is done. In order for you to make money in real estate, Bob kind of talked about this earlier. This is what most people teach, right? If you want to have real estate as a profession, you've got to go into the world of real estate and look for houses like this. Now, I don't know about you, but when I see a house like that, I want to turn and run the other way. The last thing I want to do is get into that house and deal with it. But professional real estate people, the people who do this professionally, this is their active income, this is how they do it. They look at this property. I'm going to give you easy numbers. These numbers are a little bit lower in today's world, but I'm going to give you easy numbers just for the sake of math, okay? They look at it and say, hey, the after repair value of this house is $100,000. I know I can go in, if I can make an offer of $65,000 to someone who just doesn't want to deal with the problems, I'll buy it in cash. I'm then going to put $25,000 of rehab into it. I'm going to get it all nice. I'm going to make it all in. I'll be all in $90,000. My cash price, my rehab price, I'm going to put my teams on it, my crews, we're going to get it all ready to go. And then I'm going to flip it. I'm going to turn around and sell it for $100,000. Okay, you guys seeing where an active real estate investor makes their money? Profit $10,000. Then, this is how the property looks, okay? I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna say, hey, I'll buy it from you for $100,000, okay? They're gonna sell me the property. This is what it looks like. This is one of the last properties I bought, $142,000, 3-bedroom, 1-bath, renting for $1,150, total monthly payment $114, cash flow $1,000 a month. I'm gonna run it through some software. I'll walk you through the software here in just a minute. I'm gonna project it forward 10 years, make sure this is gonna actually meet my criteria as an investor. I'm then going to see, hey, what did you do? They're gonna fix up the entire, look at that thing. That's pretty nice, right? Put in new furnace, new paints, new everything, new walls, new cabinets, all of it. Then they're gonna give me a property management agreement and say, hey, in addition to flipping it, I'm gonna manage it for you. I'm gonna say, okay, cool. And then they're gonna put some money in my bank account. There's my first $1,000 rent check. Okay, that's not bad, right? Now, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna buy this right at markets. And this is what Bob gets, when I first told him what I was doing, he's like, you're crazy, Ryan, you're not making any money. And he's right. I don't want to make money. That sounds weird. I wanna be financially free. I want the real estate flipper to make the money because he's doing the work. I don't want to flip the real estate. I don't want to manage the real estate. I want him to make money, and here's my profit. I just bought that thing with 0 time involved. But guess what? I own it. I get all the cash flow. I get all the tax deductions. I get all the amortization. I get all the market appreciation. I get the tax-free income. I own the assets. And when you stack up the returns of owning an asset, it's almost impossible to earn less than a 20% return. Usually on most of my portfolio, I'm earning between 35 to 40 to up to 50% returns. Cash flow, tax deduction, amortization, appreciation. Do you see how powerful this is? Because I get the greatest currency of all. Exactly what I wanted. I didn't want to flip the property. That's not what I woke up for and said, if I were financially free, I'd go deal with nasty properties. I wanted this. I want to travel. I want to be present. I want to live my dreams. I want to write a book. That's what I want to do. So I've shared this with you. And if you haven't wrote it down yet, it's time to do it. Like, this is your lesson around real estate that you have to learn. It took me a little while to figure out how to go from working hard to working smart. But once I understood that financial freedom was measured with income, I need to own an asset, but it's experienced with time, everything shifted for me. It was kind of like Matrix when he realized he was the one. I could just turn around and I could say, I don't need to spend hundreds of hours finding properties, managing properties, rehabbing properties, renovating properties. I don't need a part-time job in real estate. I need to get a row of electronic push buttons, right? That's all I needed to do. This is what turnkey real estate investing is. Now, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on this, but I want you to consider this. Here's some of the properties that I own. Remember, I told you my deal with Ken McElroy. This is it right here, Tucson 8. It's been paying me for years. Here's the property I shared with you yesterday. Wonderful little property. Here's a big project that me and our community own. For all of you that have bought your book, in fact, let me just give you a little opportunity to get involved in our world if you'd like it. Inside of the book, there's a companion course. It's called the Launch Pad. The Launch Pad gives you training, videos, calculators. At the bottom of the Launch Pad, we actually have tickets available right now. There's 72 left for our annual event. We're doing it right there in the resort that our community built at Black Desert. So you can get into your Launch Pad. You can come check it out. Come see what this is all about. PGA tournament's being held there. But here's how this game works. I want to own the real estate. I don't want to do the real estate. So I need a team who can find the investment for me. I need a team who can negotiate the terms and buy it at a price that makes them profit. I want them to be profitable. I'm going to fund the acquisition. Me and the bank. I'm going to pull money from my vault. I'm going to go access the bank and I'm going to buy the property. I want to own it. They're going to take care of the rent, the make ready. They're going to secure the tenant. They're going to collect the rent. They're going to deal with, repairs and evictions and all that, garbage that I don't want to deal with. And I'm going to collect the rent checks. This is how I manage my portfolio right now. Here's Allison telling me, hey, we've renewed your lease through 2017. Here's Randall telling me, hey, a swamp cooler needed to be fixed. Don't worry about it. Fixed it. Pictures, invoice right here. Cool. This is how I manage my system now. Now, I live in Utah. When I first started, I was living in Colorado when I started buying my real estate, but now I own properties in Utah, I own properties in Arizona, I own properties in Florida, I own properties in Tennessee, I own properties in Texas, I own properties in Michigan, I own properties all over the place, right? And the reason for this, and we'll get into a little bit more of this, I've got teams all over the place. I live where I want to live and I buy where the numbers make sense, okay? So inside of the game of turnkey real estate, it's super important that you understand you have to buy where the numbers make sense. It's going to give you access to bigger projects than you could ever do on your own. There's no way I could take down Tucson 8 without Ken. Ken took it down. I love being part of that. You do none of the work. You don't have to manage the property or manage the tenant, and you can invest from anywhere. We have people in all 50 states inside of our community. We have people outside of the country. We have people that buy from New Zealand, that buy from Canada. You can live wherever you want to live, and you can invest where the numbers make sense, as long as you have the right teams in the right locations, okay? This is what allowed me to go from 3 properties, and I'm going to quit, to 17 properties passively. Now, this is extremely important that you understand this. The day that I actually quit my job, I didn't know I was financially free. I didn't know it. I didn't walk into work that day with the intention of quitting my job. The reason I had to discover this is my boss was giving me an ultimatum, right? Remember I told you that? I walked into my office and there Rob was. This is 4 years after 2008. And in 2012, companies, they were still kind of tightening their belts. I'm 5 years out of college now. And, no, actually I'm 8 years out of college now. And, people, like the companies they were letting go of people that were more tenured, people that were, 20 years ahead of me in their career. They were letting those people go and saying, hey, the young guy, he's just lucky to have a job. He can do their job and we'll pay him a little bit more money and we'll let go of these people. So Rob was going to force me back out on the road. And I'll never forget sitting down in front of Rob. This is the first time I did financial freedom math. I'd never done the math before. In my head, it was still, I just need a lot of properties. I don't know how many I need. I need a lot. Bob said get 20. I don't know what that means. I'm just going to start running, okay? But there Rob is telling me about my future, and I wanted to say no. I didn't know if I could say no, but I wanted to say no. He's telling me about what I'm going to have to do, the responsibility. Yeah, I'm going to make a little bit more money, but I didn't want that life. And so in the back of my head, I started adding up my cash flow, right? With these properties right here, I started thinking about, okay, I've got these properties over here. Those properties are bringing in enough income. Yeah, I could probably pay my mortgage with those properties. I've got these properties over here. I've got 1 car payment now. I've got 1 car free and clear. I can pay my car payment with that. Just like Steve talked about. Steve talked about reducing his expenses. I reduced my expenses down to bare minimum. And so it didn't take much, right? It didn't take much. And once I added up these 17 properties, I realized, man, I can't travel to Europe. I certainly can't live my dream life. But I could tell him no. I could tell Rob no. And I did this freedom math in my head over and over and over again just to verify it. And I had enough cash flow coming in that it wasn't like I couldn't sustain forever, but it was a doorway of opportunity. I had no idea what was on the other side of that doorway. I just knew I didn't want the door I was standing in front of. And quitting that day, it was the most rewarding thing for me possible because I realized financial freedom was so much closer than I actually thought possible. Do you want to actually see how close it is for you? want you to consider this really quick. We live in a world where we kind of look at our income through what hits our bank account, right? Type in for me, I want to see who I'm talking to. How many of you are W-2s? If you're a W-2 employee and that's how you get paid, type in W-2. How many of you are business owners and you get paid as a business owner, right? Whether you're taking profits, paying yourself a salary, type in W-2 or type in business. Okay, I've got W-2, 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 solopreneur and business owner. Got it. Keep going, 1099, okay, keep going. Business owner, okay, got a decent mix. W-2 solopreneur, love it, love it, love it, love it. Now, I don't know if this is your favorite time of the year, but most people get a little bit frustrated right around now. If you've delayed your taxes or extended your taxes, you got to, officially file by October 15th. But most of us look at the lens of how much money we need through our income tax. And I want you to consider this. This is how most people handle their money, is they look at how much money they're making gross, right? And they think they need to replace how much money they're making gross. I had a $150,000 salary-ish, right, with my bonuses back in the corporate days. Now, most people just defer their taxes. Now, we've already kind of told you not to do that, but I want you to consider this really quick, okay? Consider this really quick. Deferring your taxes, I just want to give you a little bit of perspective on this. If you're going to take $20,000 and put it in your 401k, right, you get to take a $20,000 deduction off of your income for the year, right? That's why your CPA says, hey, max fund your IRA. Then you don't have to pay $20,000 on that contribution. Now, if you're in a tax bracket of 24% federal and 6% state, that equals about $6,000 of taxes you've technically deferred. You would have had to pay that in taxes if you just claimed the $20,000 as income. You guys following me on this? So now I've put the IRS in my back pocket. They're my BFF, right? I'm going to do all the work. I'm going to take all the risk. I'm going to put in all the money. And when I get ready to retire at some point down the road, my BFF, the IRS, is going to come in and say, hey, not all of that 401k is yours. Some of it's mine, right? And they're going to tell us how much taxes we have to pay. But consider, is this deduction worth it? Just so you can see it, okay? If I put $20,000 in a 401k, and let's just say it grew at 8%. Now, I don't know if the market's going to do that, but let's say it grows at 8% over 30 years. If that's true, that $20,000, that one-time contribution I make to my 401k, it's going to grow to $200,000 at the end of 30 years. Great, I'm rich. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. My BFF, right? I thought that $200,000 was mine, but my BFF's going to come in and say, hey, Ryan, not so fast. You and I, we're business partners. You did all the work. You put in all the money. You took all the risk. But hey, 30% of that thing's mine. Between state and federal, 30% of $200,000, that's $60,000. My after-tax wealth in this scenario, only $140,000 is mine. I took a deduction. of $6,000 only to pay the government effectively $60,000 in the future. Technically, now I'm not going to take it all out at once, but if I did, that's a 42.9% tax rate. Is deferring taxes the right thing to do? I'm not going to play this, but Donald Trump says paying taxes is dumb. I'm going to skip this just for the sake of time. Don't pay taxes. So the wealthy, here's how the wealthy do it. And this is why I was able to quit my job with 17 properties, right? Here's what they do. They structurally reduce their taxes on their active income. Then they pay taxes once. Then they shift all of their after-tax income. Once they've used the tax code for my business owners and 1099ers, once we've reduced our taxes as low as we can get them today, I'm going to pay my taxes once. It's no fun, right? But then I'm never going to pay the taxes again, ever. I'm going to shift it into vehicles, life insurance and real estate, where the IRS is legally out of my life, right? They've built the tax code to show me exactly what to do. So I want you to consider this. Let's go back to the present. How did Ryan quit his job with 17 properties? If you could eliminate taxes from your financial future, how much closer to freedom would you actually be? Let me give you the math, right? I had a salary of about $120,000. Now I had bonuses of about $20,000, $30,000 if I hit all my targets, but a salary of $120,000. How much of that is actually mine though? After employment tax, just for the privilege of working, just for the privilege of going to work, I pay $9,000 in employment tax. Now that's Social Security, FICA, Medicaid, Medicare. I'm never going to get that, but I'm paying into it anyway, right? Income taxes, $12,000. State taxes, $4,800. So after I pay my taxes, really the only thing that's hitting my bank account is $94,000, which ultimately means I don't need $120,000 of income to replace my lifestyle. I just need 94. Right? If I can eliminate taxes and have $94,000 of spendable income, it's the same as making $120,000 of taxable income. Do you see how much? I just pulled the target in closer. But that's not all. I'm also saving money for my future. That's money that I could be spending today, but I'm not, right? So for me, I was saving 20% easily of my income, which meant take out $24,000, and roughly, I could equate about $6,000 of annual expenses from, dining out to, to my car, payments, the traveling, all the things I was doing. So if all of that stuff came out, my strike number was only $64,000. I only needed like almost $6,000 a month to replace the exact same lifestyle that I had today. It's kind of like what Stephen was doing with the millionaire math, right? Once you can break it down and see it for what it is, you realize, oh my gosh, the target's so much closer than I thought. And so this is what I learned in that office as I was sitting across from Rob. I don't need $120,000 of income. Like my real lifestyle after all of this stuff only cost me $64,000 at the time. And as I was adding up my numbers, I realized I was free. I collapsed decades into days right there in front of Rob because I was forced to do the math to say no. This is what we help people do all the time, because your strike number is your opportunity to say no. It's to go on strike. Now, I want you to consider this. Financial freedom, it's not a destination like retirement. We think in retirement, we've got to work, save 20, 30, 40 years. And then when we get at 65, whoever came up with that, like a magical, wand says, and now you can consider retiring. Financial freedom is a lifestyle. Once I hit my strike number, I was financially free. But after I knew how to become financially free, I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to increase my lifestyle. And every single time I decided to increase my lifestyle, we just increased our cash flow first. We've stayed ahead of the game over and over and over and over again. That's why I've grown my portfolio. That's why I've continued to invest. I'm not ready to call it quits. I'm not ready to solely live off of my income, off my assets. I'm going to show you how I have done it on a few different occasions here tomorrow. But the lifestyle, or financial freedom, is a lifestyle, which means I can retire anytime I want. I can say no to Rob and say yes to life. This is what allowed me to walk away from the job. And in the beginning, people thought I was crazy. Most people thought I was crazy, but a few people asked me how I did it. They then wanted me to coach them and help them. And I'm so grateful for this, because working with these people allowed me to find what my next step doorway of opportunity was. I never wrote this book or started this pathway for you. I never did. I started it for me. I read Bob Allen's book and Robert Kiyosaki because I was stuck. I never did this to say, oh, I can't wait to go teach it to other people, right? But as I started helping other people, I realized, man, I love helping other people be empowered with money so they can build and live a life that matters right now. And so I've had the opportunity to coach thousands of people over the years. It's been so fun. Here's Sean and Haley. Sean and Haley came into our world, several years ago. And within, Sean is, man, he's a beast. He was so hungry. Within 48 days, he had his first property under contract. He generated over $5K a month with his entire portfolio of over 22 properties. And within 3 years, he walked away from his corporate job. And it's been so fun to watch Sean and Haley's rise as a couple. But they had a lifelong goal that they kept putting off for one day. They didn't feel like they had enough money. They weren't prepared. And after Sean built his game plan, he felt like he had the permission to take on more. They flew to Colombia and adopted a little girl. This happened just last year. They posted a picture saying, hey, how grateful they are to expand their family. They have the financial means to do it. Here's Julie. Julie actually was one of those professional real estate people, right? That's her career. That's her job. And once I showed her how to do real estate passively, she's like, cool, I'm going to keep making money in real estate. Then I'm going to shift my active income into passive income. She began converting all of this and buying real estate. And now she travels the entire world. She just retired. Oh, here she is buying 2 properties, number 5 and 6, not out hustling, sitting by the pool. She made money in real estate. Then she converted the money that she made into passive real estate, active income, passive income. Then she retired her husband from Silicon Valley, and now they travel the world running a travel blog. It's phenomenal to watch their journey. Here's Dewey. Okay, Dewey's a business owner. He did real estate a little bit differently. Dewey, man, this guy's phenomenal. He was trying to buy real estate actively. He had some Airbnbs and things like that, but they were driving him crazy, right? His best source of his attention was his business. So we came in and we built a game plan for him to show him how to lower his taxes, how to never lose money using the vault, and how to do real estate 100% passively. I'm going to share that with you here in just a minute. So Dewey's doing a different kind of real estate than owning single family homes, because his greatest investment is his ability to make money. Does that make sense? If you're a business owner, I want you to consider that for just a moment. Now, people ask me all the time, how did you get here, right? How did you get to this point where you've developed this strategy and this program and this community? And I'll be honest with you. The reason I got here is because I continued to stay on the pathway of helping people. I started them off in the beginning, and then once they had solved, is what Steve talked about. If you're on target 95, like if you're on target 1, don't think about target 95. And so in the beginning, we help people on target number 1. And then once they got to target number 5, they're like, what's next? And I'm like, well, let's figure that out. And then once they got to target number 10, what's next? And then once they got to target number 15, we just kept working with people. All these people who started, they've now been in the game for 10 years, and we have new people coming in all the time. But it's been so fun to navigate and help people go from financially stuck to reducing their taxes, to building passive income, to scaling, to transitioning from active income into passive income. The whole thing has been phenomenal. I've learned lessons all across the board. That's why it took me 10 years to write the book. It wasn't ready 10 years ago. I didn't know what I know after 10 years. So I want to give you just a little bit of perspective. In Utah, one of my favorite hikes. In fact, I'm going to be on this hike in 2 weeks. I'm super stoked. My daughter, my wife's going to be hitting this hike with me. Beth, if you're in Angel's Landing in 2 weeks, you know what's going to happen. So here's Angel's Landing. It's a hard hike, right? You have to hike up. You have to hike up a very steep pathway. And when you're hiking up this pathway, you can barely see what's right in front of you and what's right behind you. The pathway is so steep. Your perspective is so limited. Right? Once you get to this point right here, you can kind of see. If you bend around the corner, you can kind of see what's there. Your perspective is starting to expand, but now you have a moment of choice. Turn around, because the next part's going to be a little bit scary. You're going to dip down, and then you're going to scale right up. And this right here, this is the scariest part right here. You have to hold on to that chain, right? Hold on to that chain, because on either side, there literally is a 1,000-foot drop-off. 1,000-foot drop-off. But you hold on to the chain, and then it starts to go up this cliff right here, and you get to this right here. Your entire perspective opens up. I want you to consider this. My perspective is so wide open right now because I've been on this path for 10 years. I know how to get you financially free. And it's not just me. I have a whole team now that has pursued this. Every single person on my team, guess what? They have a game plan. They've operated their game plan. Scott, who you just saw on Ken's interview, he's one of the lead coaches in our community. He's one of the guys who just quit a 7-figure career. He's coaching full-time in the community because he built financial freedom, an option. He loves helping people do the thing that we talk about. I want to give you a perspective on this. I'm about to make you an offer that is a one-of-one offer. There is literally nothing else out there on the market like this. And this is both good and bad, okay? It's good in the sense that if you want what I'm going to now offer you, there is only one way to get it. There is not a single group out there that will coach you through financial freedom, that will coach you over 10 years from setting up a vault, implementing a tax strategy, scaling your vault, doing real estate passively, and generating tax-free income. There's not like, everyone out there sells products. There's lots of people that will try to sell you insurance. There's lots of people that will try to sell you real estate. There's lots of people that will try to sell you tax strategy, but there's no system out there to make you financially free. Okay, so there is no other program like ours. And like I said, that's good and bad, right? It makes it really easy to say, if I want financial freedom, I know where to go. But it also makes it a little bit hard for you to have something to compare it to. So let me try to help you do that here in just a moment. Okay, so if you want financial freedom, and let's say you're going to use real estate, because I promise you real estate has to be part of your equation if you want financial freedom, tax-free income in 10 years or less. There's really only 2 options that I've found, and I've been to both of these options. This is kind of where I started, right? I went to some active, like some big time seminars, and you guys maybe have been to these. If you've been involved in real estate at all, they were so distasteful to me. Big events, high price coaching. I saw things anywhere from $15,000 all the way up to $100,000 to coach people for whatever, 6 months. And I saw all these people going through these seminars, and they took the last dollars that they had and put it into a coach. And I'm not saying that's bad. I took $10,000 and put it into a coach. But most of these coaches couldn't really coach you beyond buying a couple properties. After a couple properties, you were on your own. That's how it was with my coach. He coached me for a year, and after that, I had to figure out the rest on my own. Now, I've had so many mentors and guides along the way, but option number 1 is you can go hire some coach, some high-priced coach, and you maybe have a job in real estate. I don't know. Option number 2, I'm grateful for Bigger Pockets, but man, you go to Bigger Pockets and everyone has an opinion on everything in real estate. And most of the opinions come from people who've never actually done real estate. They've just read a lot of books, they've ran a lot of calculators, and they're hypothesizing what might happen if you do A versus B. And you're going to spend all of your time going in circles, trying to gather opinions, trying to gather facts, and you'll never actually get anywhere. So these are the two options that you have to compare it against. So number one, what I'm going to give you today doesn't exist anywhere else. And number two, yesterday, I shared a video and I shared a little thing with you guys this morning. I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful for you. You helped me accomplish a lifelong goal. I couldn't have become an Amazon best-selling author and a future best-selling author with Bob Allen, with his publisher, without you, without readers. And I'm grateful for you. So today I'm going to give you a special thank you that I've never actually done before. Here we are, Amazon bestseller in retirement planning. This is not the screenshot I wanted, but there was a screenshot that my team gave me yesterday where we beat out Ted Bennett, right? Ted Bennett was the guy I shared with you yesterday who came up with the 4% rule. He just wrote a new book where he increased the 4% rule to 4.7. Congratulations, you can still retire broke. And we beat him out, and I'm like, yes, we beat Ted Bennett. But now we're number one in retirement planning, which is awesome. We're number one in real estate investing, which is awesome. And again, that came from you. You helped me, and I want to help you. This book is to help you become aware of the problem. Everything you need in this book and the Launchpad course, you'll have absolute clarity on what the problem is. What I'm about to offer you right now is a solution to solve the problem, okay? The solution that we've created to solve the problem, we call it Money Mastery. The reason I call it Money Mastery is it's a system to help you master the tool of money, both as an empire builder, making, keeping money, how you think, how you optimize, in the vault and in turnkey real estate. It's a comprehensive solution. In fact, there is nothing else out there, like I said, that does what we do. It's a comprehensive solution that will give you everything you need to become financially free in 10 years or less. We're going to start with what is your core desire. We will not move forward until you are clear on what you want and we are clear that you are clear on what you want. Once we know what you want, the game's super easy, right? Then we'll design a game plan for you, and then we'll help you deploy your capital, your resources to start building, scaling, and executing your financial freedom formula, your passive income machine. It's that simple. And I'm sorry, guys, these slides, the formatting got all messed up. But here's what a game plan does, okay? A game plan is going to allow us to sit down with you one-on-one. Inside of this game plan, we are going to get very, very clear on exactly what you want, exactly what resources you have, your clear and actionable definition of financial freedom, how we measure success. We're going to design your vault. We're going to optimize your tax strategy, and we're going to put you in a position to start buying and securing real estate. We're going to do everything. We're going to give you absolute clarity. The most important attribute that every high performer has is clarity. It's the currency of wealth. We live in such a chaotic and a noisy world, and unless you're clear on the exact path forward, you will spend most of your time spinning your wheels. That's why Bigger Pockets isn't the place for you if you're clear on financial freedom. Okay, so I'm grateful for Bob Allen because his book gave me the vision plus the clarity, but I'm so grateful for Chris, right? He didn't have game plans back in the day. I remember he sat down and kind of drew it out, mapped it out, scribbled it for me, and I could see enough of what he was showing me to say, I'm gonna pay you $10,000. If I can just get a semblance of what you put on that paper, I'm in. So it was the vision plus the roadmap that gave me a direction forward. So inside of your game plan, we're going to give you a clear analysis of your savings. We're going to give you a personalized reorganization of your assets. We're going to help give you the projections that you need to reveal any opportunity to improve and optimize your financial plan. And then we're going to give you concrete, actionable targets. Not all the things, the one thing. You're going to have a 10-year objective, 90-day or 10-year objective, 1-year outcomes, and 90-day targets. 10-year objective, 1-year outcome, 90-day target. You're just going to start knocking down target after target after target after target. We're going to map the entire process out for you. We're going to show you what to do in year 1. We're going to show you what to do in year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6, and so on and so forth. You're going to see clearly with your numbers how much more efficient your capital could be by moving it from where it is to where it could be. We're going to go through every step from taxes to savers, everything you need to do. And then we're going to help you execute it across the board. It's all done one-on-one until it's right. People ask me all the time, how many meetings do I get? I don't know. Until it's right. How many times can I meet with my strategist? Until it's right. Financial freedom doesn't happen unless you're clear, and it also doesn't happen unless we're clear. If we're going to support you on a pathway, we better be dang clear on how to do it. Then not only that, we're going to give you dashboards. Every single time you take action, we're going to say, hey, cool, guys. After 1 year, here's what you've done. You're 22% of the way to your goal. You're 46% of the way to your goal on your vault. You now need 11 more properties. Look how much progress you've made. After 5 years, we'll sit down and map it out with you again and say, hey, look, you only need 7 more properties. You're now 61% of the way to your real estate goal. You're almost there. We'll map it out for you the entire time. Right, here's Melinda. I love Melinda. She's so awesome. Here's what she says, okay? It's been 3 months since we joined. We're super excited about the game plan. Our vault is funded. We closed on property number 1 a few days ago, cash flowing from day number 1. Property number 2, tenant in place as well. Can't tell you how good it feels to go from a do-nothinger to a do-somethinger. That's pretty good, right? Do-nothinger to a do-somethinger. That's how financial freedom happens. It's not in a book. I'm so grateful for that book because that's going to make you aware of the problem. You can't solve a problem that you're not aware of. But we have to take that awareness and put it into action. We're then going to commemorate your game plan with this. Look, everyone in our community is here for a reason. Your pathway to financial freedom is you have to rise up. You have to care more about your financial future than they do, Wall Street, than anyone else. You're going to rise up and take control over your money, your time, your actions, and your results so that you can live free. So we're going to commemorate this. You're going to have, we send you all kinds of fun stuff to help you. Really what this shirt is, this shirt and the shirts that we wear, these are just outward representations of an inward commitment. We're just trying to reinforce constantly who we are, rewire our brains so we can have different outcomes. So I want you to be clear on this. Financial freedom in 10 years or less, it's never going to happen by an accident. It is going to happen with an actionable plan. That's what a game plan does for you. And a game plan gets you clear, what this guy needs to do to make this guy's reality come true. That's all a game plan is. It's just going to pull your world together and give you so much more context of what you should be doing today to be getting the outcomes that you want. So let me ask you this. If all we did in Money Mastery is give you a game plan, got you clear and said, hey, go do it, would it be worth it to you? Our program is $5,000. If all you got from our program was a game plan that gave you absolute clarity on the exact path forward, the vault, the taxes, the real estate, step-by-step formulas, exactly how to do it, would it be worth it for you? For me, I paid Chris $10,000 to get a game plan. His game plan was scribbled on a piece of paper, on a napkin. I'm so grateful for that game plan because it gave me the context of what I needed to do today. But we can't stop there. And again, guys, I'm so sorry about these slides. We use like this weird font and then it didn't transfer over. So anyway, next thing is tax strategy. Tax strategy, okay? Number one, everything we do inside of our world, hold on guys, let me just get a quick drink. Okay, number 2 is a tax strategy. Everything we do in our world is tax strategy. The only way to generate tax-free income is to look at dollars through the tax code. I mean, there's other ways to do it. We could go move to the Bahamas or try to go off grid, but we're just going to live in the United States. We're going to comply with the US tax code, and we're going to do everything we do using the US tax code as a treasure map, as a map of how to not pay taxes. The IRS literally tells us what to do. So here's how we're going to do, okay? We're going to help you get wealthier by just getting smarter. How about that? Financial IQ, money mastery, we're going to help you get wealthier by getting smarter. Imagine that, right? The most expensive money that you have, I want you to consider this is the money that you've already earned. It's the money in your bank account. Consider this for just a moment, okay? Let's say we walk through this scenario. You've got your income. Before you get your income, 7 to 15% is going to go to employment tax. 20 to 40% is going to go to federal tax. You've got your state tax, 0 to 12%. You're likely paying some form of debt, mortgage, car, student loans. 30% is the average that people have in debt. Lifestyle, this is putting food on the table, going on vacations, whatever you do, that's 40%. The average American today saves 5% of their income. Here it is with the savings rate. It spiked during COVID when no one could go outside. But the average American over the last 20 years saves about 5% of their income. Now I'm going to encourage you, in fact, challenge you that you have to save at least 10 to preferably 20% of your income to be financially free. So where are you going to get the money to do it? Well, you're going to get the money to do it this way, okay? If this is your world, if these are your taxes and this is where your money's going, you're paying $11,000 of taxes to employment taxes, $25,000 to federal taxes, $8,000 to state taxes, $54,000 to debt, $71,000 to lifestyle, and $9,000 to savings. That's 5% of your $180,000 income. Okay, so how am I going to get more money to invest when all of my money is going out the door? Well, you could try to pay off debts. And Bob gave you some tactics on that. I love what Steve said. Reduce your income. Be very, very vigilant about that. You shouldn't have stupid consumer debt. You should be very, very focused on this. But it's hard to get rid of debts. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but that's going to be a long pathway to do it. Okay. The average American, they can barely afford their groceries right now. They're already starting about, considering 40-year mortgages to help more people get in and save home. So it's going to be hard to get rid of debt. Again, you should do that. But maybe you can save more by just spending less. Maybe we can take it out of your income, your lifestyle first. Okay. Sacrifice date night, maybe sacrifice vacations. These are things that I did in the beginning for sure. I just started taking everything I could out of lifestyle. Every dollar that wasn't going into my vaults, I analyzed it of, is this necessary? I was a little bit unhealthy with this, but that's where a lot of money's going. Back in a couple of years ago, inflation was 9.1%. And, over these last couple of years, they're trying to convince us that inflation is back down to normal. But what they're not telling you is this. Look at this. From 2020 to 2022, look at that spike in cost of living. When they say it's coming back down to normal, they've reset normal. Like if they say it's 2.6 today, which is what the Federal Reserve says it is, they've just increased the cost of living by 25%. There's a 25% permanent cost of living increase. And now they're saying it's come down 2.5% since last time we measured it. Not since this, since that. So it's hard to cut it out of your lifestyle. Then you get Janet Yellen coming on saying everything's fine. Don't pay attention to inflation. Everything's fine. So it's going to be hard to cut it out of your lifestyle, right? The cost of living has gone up quite a bit. So maybe you could invest better, right? We could take your $9,000 that you're saving, and maybe we can find a way to invest better. Now, obviously, the passive income machine is going to help you invest better. But like if you're going back to the market, this is the roller coaster you're on. Even Warren Buffett lost money the last time the market went down. Warren Buffett's sitting on billions of dollars of cash right now because he believes the market's overvalued. 89% of fund managers can't beat the market. So it's going to be really hard to just invest better. Even in the passive income machine, optimizing your rate of return in the passive income machine, that's not your most powerful lever. You're going to optimize your rate of return, but you need more money that has to go into your system. So you can work harder and try to just earn your way through this. But if we go back to a 5% savings rate, to save just $1 more, you have to earn $20 more to pay the taxes on it, have 30% go to debt, have 40% go to lifestyle. To save $1 more, you have to earn $20 more. So to save $1,000 more, you have to earn $20,000 more per year. Consider that. That's how the math breaks out if we just reverse engineer it. So where is all the money going? Well, it's going to taxes, right? The average American today works until May to pay their comprehensive tax bill. Till May. That's not freedom, that's servitude. So this is where all the money's going. Employment tax, federal taxes, state income taxes. Total taxes, $45,000. And much of that is voluntary. Again, sorry about the slide, the stuff here. But in order to do this, I want you to consider this. All you have to do, you could reduce your taxes by $10,000. Which I can guarantee you every one of you can do right now. Or if you can only save 5% of your income, to save $10,000 more, you'd have to make $200,000 more. Which hard do you want to focus on? Making $200,000 more and saving 5% of your income so you can save $10,000, or reducing your taxes by $10,000 bucks? I want you to consider this. If you can save $10,000 one time and put it into the passive income machine over 10 years, this is what it'll turn into. So let me invite you to consider this. Part of your comprehensive tax strategy, or part of your comprehensive financial strategy, has to be a tax strategy. Even if you're a W-2 employee, much of the taxes that you're paying are voluntary. We just have to open the tax code and go past page 1. I mean, consider this. The first line in the tax code is everything you make is taxable. Why do they then need 3,000 pages behind that line? Well, they use the tax code as a way to incentivize behavior. We're just going to align your income with those incentives. Every person inside of our community has 4 things in common. They have a target tax rate. How do you know what winning looks like unless you have a target that you're shooting for on your tax rate? They have a tax strategy to make the target tax rate a reality. They have an income structure to be able to structure their income according to the strategy to hit their target tax rate. And then we do a quarterly cadence. Every quarter we say, hey, these are the things we need to do this next quarter to ensure that your money's flowing effectively. So when you get to the end of the year, you've structurally reduced your tax rate. That's all. Here's a couple of people. This guy right here is W-2, Hiroki. I don't know if he's on today. He's W-2. He took his tax rate from 2021, 34%. That's federal and state. 2022, 32%. Then he got into our program, 11.2%. Pretty cool. Here's someone, let's see, right here. They went from owing approximately $4,300 in taxes to get a $17,000 refund. That's money they'd already sent to the IRS that they didn't have to. We just had to go back in and rework how their taxes were structured to get their money back. That's $17,000. Here's Chris, and they're a combo. W-2 and 1099 also took their their effective tax rate down to 11.9%. Okay, so we're gonna do this for you. The average year one savings on taxes is between $10,400 to $38,000 with using the tax strategies that we bring to the table. This is critically important. Once your structure set up, you get this every single year. You're not gonna stop making income next year. You're gonna continue to make income, but now you have a structure to flow that income within. So now you're gonna get a tax strategy in addition to your game plan. And there's so many different groups out there, and there's lots of good ones out there. But I've seen these type of strategies cost anywhere between $7,500 all the way up to $25,000. In fact, Russell, our friend, he paid $25,000 for a strategy just like this, and they didn't do anything other than give him a little booklet, a binder, right? That's it. So you can pay someone to do this for you, or you can just get it done in the program. If we had the game plan and the tax strategies together, that's a $12,500 value. But the next thing that you need is you need your vaults. Here's how the vault works, okay? We want to reduce your taxes one time on your active income, and then we want to shift all of the after-tax income to where we never pay taxes again. That's why we set up the vault. It's your safe haven to never pay taxes again. Number one, it's your open line of credit. But number two, it's going to give you a guaranteed return. It's 100% tax-free. It's safe, private, and protected. Future stream of income, life insurance protection. And your vault is going to serve two functions. I'm going to spend a lot more time tomorrow on function number 2 of the vault. But function number 1 of the vault is we're going to put as much money into that thing as we can, right? I want to build a reservoir. I want you to consider this. In Utah, there's lots of reservoirs. Utah captures and gathers water from the mountains, and there's lots of reservoirs in Utah. And here's the cool thing about a reservoir. A reservoir stores water, and then it effectively distributes the water so it can service all of the farms and the growing population throughout the course of the year. The same waterfall, the same snow precipitation has fallen in Utah for the last 100 years, but the population in Utah has grown exponentially. But it can still service an increasing population with the same water flow because of reservoirs. Not only that, California steals half of our water too, or we send it to them in a nice neighborly fashion. I don't know. But anyway, reservoir, here's what it does, okay? It gets the snow melt, it gets the perennial spring runoffs, it gets the rain, it gets all forms of, why am I having such a hard time with that word? Precipitation. It stores it, and then it slowly distributes it for drinking water, slowly distributes it for irrigation, and slowly distributes it for industrial use. The vault's going to work the exact same way. We're going to try to get as much of our savings. We're going to try to get as much of our cash flow from our real estate and any unexpected windfalls of money. We just want to store it in the vault because it's never going to go backwards. It's never going to lose money. It's going to grow and compound, and we can use it just like a reservoir. All the time while the water's waiting to be distributed, there's people water skiing on it, jet skiing, having a great time. Now we can use it to fund lifestyle vacations. We can use it for liquidity. We can use it to buy real estate. We can use it for legacy, all kinds of different things. So here's how the vault has to be set up. The vault has to be set up for maximum contribution. You want to put as much money into this thing as you possibly can in alignment with your game plan. We don't want to project into the future. We just want to say, hey, how much can you save today? If you knew you could have your money going to a place where you'd never lose it, it would be tax-free, it would compound indefinitely, and you could use it, leverage it today, how much would you want to put into it? Well, as much as possible. Well, in order to do this, to maximize cash value, we want to have the most money going in and buy the least amount of life insurance, but still have it qualify as life insurance. Now, this type of policy design reduces insurance commissions by 70 to 80%. That's why you have so much cash value. Is the insurance agent has to be willing to design a policy not for his or her commission, but to help you have a policy that gets an outcome. That's why this is so critically important. I have seen so many people design these policies for maximum premium to where the insurance agent makes the most money. And then the cash value just takes forever to build, right? The way this works is that's how insurance, people do it, is you want to punch your insurance guy in the face when you find out what they're doing because they make a lot of money doing this stuff. The only reason this works is we're helping you set up a system designed to get an outcome, not selling insurance. Insurance has to be part of the system, but you have to have cash value. So you can look at, if you have one of these type of policies, consider this. In whatever you put in year one, you should have 75 to 90% of whatever you put in immediately available in cash value. Anything below that amount means you had more money going to insurance, which is commission to the insurance agent than needed to be there. 75 to 90%. By year two, 90 to 95% of what you put in that year should go to cash value. By year three, 100% of what you put in should go to cash value. By year four, 105% of what you put in that year should go to cash value. And it just gets better every single year. That's how the vault has to be set up. So you're going to grow wealthier every single year for the rest of your life automatically with the vault in your foundation. Now, function number two, and I'm going to spend a lot more time on this so you can see how this works. The primary source of your tax-free income, the primary way that you are going to run your passive income machine in retirement is through the vault. You're taking income from the vault, not the real estate. That's counterintuitive, but you're taking income from the life insurance policy, not the real estate. Now, I'll show you how that works tomorrow, but it has to be set up to do this, to give you 6 figures or more of tax-free income for the rest of your life. So in order to have the right vault as part of a system to get the right outcome, it has to be done with the right strategy, the right design, the right insurance company, and the right team. This is why you can't just go get it set up anywhere. We've done thousands of these things. They're so fun. I love this. Now, the last thing I want to share with you on the vault is this. Even though we're trying to minimize the cost of insurance, you are the driver, you are the empire builder of your game plan. Steve knows this man. This man's Dave Woodward. Dave Woodward was someone who set up a vault with us about 6 years ago. And I remember when I met Dave, he was on a meteoric rise, right? On a meteoric rise as a CEO of one of the fastest growing software companies, ClickFunnels at the time. And he came and sat down with me. He's like, hey, my wife and I, we want to go on missions. We want to do all this stuff. I'm making good money. I got to find a way to keep it. And then I got to find a way to, have passive income coming in. Can you help me? And I'm like, I got you. But the first thing you have to do is you have to set up a vault. And he, kind of hemmed and hawed. He's like, can I just put it into real estate? No, you got to set up a vault first. So he finally set up his vault. And I'll never forget when we set up his vaults, he started dumping all of his money into it. Every single year, dumping money into it. And every year I'd be like, hey, Dave, it's time to take a policy loan. Let's go buy some real estate. Time to take a policy loan. Go buy real estate. He was too busy. Never had a chance to do it. A couple years into his vaults, I got a call from him. And on that call, he said, hey, Ryan, can you remind me what that vault is? Is there actually life insurance with it? You see, our objective was to lower the life insurance, maximize the cash value, but of course there was life insurance. Dave had been diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. And in that moment, his entire perspective shifted. He fought it for about a year, but right before he passed away, this is literally days before he passed away, he texted me this message. I pray you feel and know the blessing that you are to me. I can't convey my gratitude for you and all that you do. Thank you so much for your friendship and support. Pray the Lord watches over you every single day and your family. His last wish for me was to make sure that his wife, Carrie, was taken care of. His vault made it inevitable that she would be taken care of for the rest of her life. We took the tax-free death benefit, we repositioned it into some cash flowing assets, and Carrie replaced Dave's salary immediately. So the vaults, on average, we save people about $10,000 in year one on commissions alone. So I could easily attribute that as a $10,000 price point, but I'm going to say the vault is priceless. For me, over the years, the vault has been such a tool of just certainty for me. And economic value of certainty is the number one thing I look at in a chaotic world. So the next thing to put all of this together is you now need real estate, right? So if all this program did was give you a game plan, give you a tax strategy that saved you $10,000 to $40,000 in year one, set up the vault for you to give you a place to put your money where you never lose it, would it be worth it to you? I mean, I hope you're saying, yeah, Ryan, can you make it better for me though? Like, I'm going to make it better for you. Let's give you some real estate. That's what this is all about. Back when I went to my very first real estate conferences, and Bob kind of talks about this, there wasn't really turnkey real estate back in the day. And when I started going to real estate conferences, they're like, hey, you have to put in 100 offers to get one property. That's how I started. That's my 3 properties, right? I was doing it actively. 100 offers to get one property. That's crazy. Well, that's how it works. Now we do it completely turnkey, meaning they put in the 100 offers, they get the one property, then I come to the table and say, hey, you did all the work, let me pay you well, I want to own the asset. Here's a property that these two just bought in our community just a couple weeks ago, $142,000. Look at that home, beautiful. Nice little brick area, wonderfully appreciating area. Super happy to do it. We buy some higher end homes. These are a little bit different type of assets where they're fully rented, they're fully furnished in addition to renting, and they're rented under contracts. They're not Airbnbs, they're midterm rentals. Phenomenal little rental assets. And then here's some bigger projects that, lots of real estate. So lots of people buying first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 10th, fifth, blah, blah, all of it. Lots and lots and lots of real estate, okay? Over the last 10 years, we've done this. As a community, over 4,000 single family homes. We're approaching, to the best of our ability with all the game plans that we measure and see how much real estate value, it might even be over this, but to the best of our ability, it's about $1 billion of single family homes done inside of our community. Most of that's been done with bank money, okay? So your game plan is going to have two different kinds of real estate. It's going to have real estate that you own, single family homes, and you need to have a base of these assets. Every single person in our community needs to have a between 10 and maybe 20, depending on your game plan. But in addition to that, you need a private pension. Remember I told you pensions are dead? Not anymore. We brought them back. Pensions are alive and well, and we call these things private pensions, but these are syndications. So this is the big unit that our community built. We funded this entire project. We built it from the ground up. Now it's operating. It's a fully functional golf course. It's a 5-star resort, and the PGA tournament's there. Our community owns this, and they're getting cash flow on it every single month. Here's one in the only 5-star ski resort under construction in the last 20 years right now, being built in Park City, Utah. This is phase 1 of a 5-phase project. 5-phase projects, putting in, ski out resorts, phenomenal. Here's one that we just opened up 2 weeks ago. This is in Colorado, Cornerstone. We just bought this and another golf course, all sponsored by Tiger Woods. We're flying out next week with a bunch of our community members to check it out because we got money coming into it from investors. Look at this. This is 8,000 feet of elevation. Cornerstone up in Montrose, Colorado. Beautiful area. So all of our people own these kind of assets. Tony Robbins said these type of assets outperform the market by 2 to 3 times. This is how the wealthier are getting wealthier. They're just owning assets, and they're allowing these assets to be long-term cash flowing opportunities. And right now, these assets pay our community. That's a big number. Can someone say it out for me? $1.4 million a month of lifetime income. They own the assets. It pays monthly. And this is how we build a private pension. Now, I want you to consider this. If all this program did for you is build a tax strategy where your average tax savings is $10,400, we form your entities so you can be a real estate investor and reduce your taxes structurally. We give you the clarity to grow and scale your income without scaling your taxes. On average, if you save $11,000, $11,000 in year 1 from us setting up your entities and us building your tax strategy with the minimal tax savings of $10,000, would that be worth it for you? What if we add on the vault on top of that? Let's say you put in $60,000 in year 1 in your vault. That would give you a $3,000 dividend at the end of the year. Our average cost savings, because we reduce your life insurance, is $10,000. And now you have a place for the rest of your life to grow your money tax-free, completely liquid, and compounding for life. So if we did the tax strategy and the vault together, that's $24,000 of real value, from tax savings to life insurance cost savings. But we're not done there, right? Once our money's in the the vault, what do we want to do? We want to buy real estate. Well, what if I buy one property? One of these little simple properties. Let's say it cash flows $250 a month after all expenses. That's $3,000 after year 1. It appreciates by 5%. That's $8,900 of real money in my pocket. A tax savings of $3,900 for owning the property that year. If I just ran one rotation of my system, tax savings, vault, and one investment property, that's $40,000 in your pockets. And that's just year 1. You own the asset. It's your tax strategy. It's your vault. You get that every single year. So with all of that, I didn't update my number there. That's the wrong one. With all of that, your value would be $62,000. Now, I'm going to take you back to where I started, right? Remember when I go to those real estate events, they're like, pay me $50,000. I'm going to coach you. It's going to be amazing. I hate that. I want you to keep your money. If you keep your money, then you become financially free. If I take your money, then you got to go find new money, and then it makes it harder for you to be financially free. And then you become one of the horror stories that say real estate's a crock. I'm just going to go back to the 401k. Or real estate's a crock. The 401k doesn't work. I'm just going to go speculate in cryptocurrency. Don't be that guy or that gal. So rather than $62,000, what if I just charge you what the program is? I give you everything for $49.97. That's what we do. But again, I want to say thank you for you. I wouldn't be here giving you this presentation today if it wasn't for you. I'm going to frame this. I'm so proud of this. So proud of this. And I'm proud of it and I'm grateful for you. We've never actually done this before. We have a ton of hard costs in that $4,900, to set up your entities, to sit down from our team, to optimize your strategies, set up your taxes. It's a lot. But we want to do it for you and we want to do it at our cost. So you help me reach a goal. I'm going to help you reach yours. We're going to make this one time available for the next 72 hours, $39.97. You're going to get everything I just talked about inside of this for 72 hours or until we reach 50 people. Now, this is not a scarcity thing, but it is a reality thing. I have to acknowledge the constraints that we have. Our team is big enough, barely, if they get after it and get diligent for the next couple of weeks, to really work with 50 people. That's going to scale us beyond our capacity. But the reason we want to do this right now is we're coming up on October, okay? There's literally 2 more months. If we're going to do anything for you on your taxes this year, we have to do it now. Otherwise, your tax strategy will start in 2026, and that's fine. But if there's anything we can do for you, let's do it now. So we can take up to 50 people, and then we have to close it down, or we're going to keep it open for 72 hours, whichever comes first, okay? Now, in addition to this, and I'm going to go through this super fast because I hope you're hungry. I've been talking all through lunch. I want you to consider this. Setting up your game plan, optimizing your taxes, helping you get going, that's step number 1. Remember what Steve said? Don't focus on step number 85 until you're at step number 84. But eventually you're going to get to step number 84. And you're going to have to face problems and challenges and ask questions that you didn't ask at step number 1. So in addition to us setting up your game plan and helping you launch it, this is why I can say we worked with people for 10 years. There is nothing else out there. We're going to coach you through every step of the process. Every successful person that you can imagine has a coach by them. I have a coach by him, but here's Michael Phelps. Look at all those gold, medals. He didn't do it on his own. He had a coach pushing him, challenging him, pointing out his blind spots the entire way. Michael Jordan, arguably the best athlete, or definitely the best basketball player, no argument there, of all time. 6 rings. That's MJ the GOAT, who was by his side every step of the way. Phil Jackson. In fact, if you've ever watched The Last Dance, Michael Jordan cries about how, he literally cries. He gets emotional about how much it meant to him to have Phil Jackson by his side. I owe my success to a coach. I continue to have coaches in my life today. I'm so grateful for Chris. He gave me a start, but today I have coaches in my life that guide me to the next level. So in addition to everything I've shared with you, you're going to get calculators, you're going to get templates, you're going to get a community, you're going to get people around you. And I hope more than anything is you get all of this. It increases the one thing that's necessary. It increases your sense of belief. I'll never forget, as I started getting around all of these investors, I love it. These guys, these guys, they answer their own questions. Like, if you're brand new, you're going to look at the person 2 years ahead of you and say, how did you do it? That person 2 years ahead of you is going to say, hey, when I was in your shoes, I did it this way. No one goes on the internet and says, I need a community. But as soon as you get in the game of real estate, you're going to realize you can't do it on your own. You need a community. And I love this. We get together. All of our events, we do Rise Up Live. We do an outdoor Rise Up experience. In fact, those of you that are going to come to Rise Up Live this year, we're going to hike Angels Landing together this year. That's the one I showed you with the perspective. So come to Rise Up Live. But we're going to give you calculators. We're going to give you everything you need to be successful with this. I'm just going to skip through this, and I'm going to get right to the end. Everything you need to be financially free. All of this is yours today for $39.97. I'm sure there's a link somewhere on the screen here. And for those of you that know you're in for this, okay? If you know that this is the time for you to rise up so that you can live free, for those of you that do a one-time pay in full, I'm going to give you a very, very special bonus. I do not have the capacity to do people's game plans anymore. But for those of you that do a one-time paid in full, me and my team, I'm going to be involved in every single one of your game plans. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to show you exactly what I would do. That I'm going to work directly with our tactical wealth strategists on your game plan individually for you. For those of you that pay in full, I don't do that. I have not done I just don't have the capacity anymore to do the game plans, but I've got an amazing team. But I want to be involved in your life because you were involved in mine in helping this book get off the ground. So for those of you that want to pay in full, I'm going to do your game plan for you. Bob Allen has also agreed to come on those game plans. Now, Bob Allen's not going to be the tactical guy, but Bob Allen's going to be the big picture guy. So Bob Allen and I are going to literally do your game plans for you. It's going to be amazing. Now, That's for pay in full. But if you're on the fence, you're like, I know I need it, but man, I've got a question. I'm not exactly sure. What about this? What about that? Guys, I promise you, where there's a will, there's a way. We've helped everyone on their path to financial freedom. We've had people start with $500,000 in debt, and within 18 months, we have them out of debt, building their game plan. We can optimize your financial system. That's what we are geniuses at. So for those of you that need a little bit more time, I'm going to give you option number 2, which is a $500 deposit. It's non-refundable because we only want to talk to people that are serious about this program. Okay. If you get into the program and you're a month in, 2 months in, you're like, man, it's not for me. I totally get it. We'll refund you your money. But look, we're not trying to get people that just want to say, hey, what about this? What about that? I'm not sure. Right. If you know that now is the time, then get a $500 deposit, make an investment in yourself. And we're going to jump on a Zoom with you over the course of the next 72 hours and talk to you directly. Okay, this is a real program ran by real people. It needs to be really configured to your life. I want you to again remind you of who you're investing for. That $500 is a direct investment in your future version of you. And my friends, I'm going to end it right here with this. I am so grateful for each one of you. You can take this slide off. And I'm going to say we're going to go to lunch a little bit late today. We're going to do a 45-minute lunch. Is that good? Is that okay? 15-minute lunch? Okay, you're going to come on. Okay, so Steve's going to come on, but I want to say this. Look, I know this was a pitch. Some of you expected us to have an offer, and we do want to have an offer. The offer is for us to provide value into your world to help you go from concept to application, to help you go from desire to design to directly achieving financial freedom. The objective of everything we do is to empower you in the game of money. And when I say it's a comprehensive solution, it's an offer one of one, it's either this or nothing. It's either this or wait. And the cost of waiting is the greatest cost of all. It's opportunity cost. What would your life look like? What would it feel like? And what would it be like if 1 year from right now, everything in your world had changed? If you were empowered with money, if you had cash flow coming in, if you had assets that as inflation continues to rise, you're now getting wealthier because the wealth forces are working for you. Everything is lined out in that book. We're going to take that book and we're going to directly apply it to your resources, your goals, and your timeframes. My friends, thank you very much. We have an amazing afternoon for you. I'll talk to you this afternoon.
Give it up for Ryan Lee. How amazing was that? Oh my gosh, I'm blown away by that. I love that. I don't know if I ever told you this, but when I first joined your program, I reached out because I was in tax pain. Right? I had experienced my first 6-figure tax bill with my business, and I messaged you guys and I said, this is insane. Like I'm working so hard and giving half, so much of it away. And in 1 year, you guys dropped my tax rate from 42% to 22% simply because I had the wrong structure. I didn't know how to set it up. And I thought it was just, I got to make more money, work my job, work my thing. In 1 year, you dropped just that. And immediately, just that one move paid for, the cost of joining your thing, and I think it's the one thing I want to bring back up is like, all right, he just dropped an offer for $3,997. But the first thing they do is go find all this money that is the government trying to say it's theirs, which pays more than the actual cost that they're asking for right now. So that's amazing. So guys, go to retirein10years.com/MM, and right there, you'll be able to choose what option you want. Option number 1, pay in full. You'll jump on a call and you'll be able to get the game plan. Or option number 2, you're like, hey, I need to move some monies around. We completely get that. And put a $500 deposit down as well. There's also an option on that page to use something called Klarna, where you can go out and borrow it, right? In this program, they're teaching you how to borrow money to be able to go and grab real estate, right? Borrow with different banks, different lenders. Well, this is also an opportunity of that as well. If you know this is for you, you just open up the tab, go to retirein10years.com/MM, and then right there, you still get to pay in full bonus with them, but something called Klarna will go in and you actually can pay the whole money right there as well. And it's a super low interest right there on the page. It's really easy. Awesome, guys. Here's what we're going to do. Go to that tab, open a new tab, retirein10years.com/MM. And while you guys do that, we're actually going to refresh and reset everything. So we're going to shut down the link for a second. We're going to turn everything right back on. And at 1:15 Mountain, so, let's go 1:20. At 1:20 Mountain, so in about 18 minutes from right now, we'll be back on. We're going to shut it down, refresh everything, make sure everything's ready to rock. We have so many awesome speakers for you guys this afternoon as well to come in and share with you more about how they can use the game plan and real estate to gain financial freedom, how they did it themselves in 10 years. You're hearing from real people who've done it, not people who are And I think it's my favorite thing about what you guys have put together. These aren't just hype speakers. These are people who are just like low key. Yeah, I did it, and here's how I did it. These are people who've been there and done that. Okay. So we're going to turn this link off and then come right back to the exact same link. We're just refreshing everything. We're going to get started again at what time? Put 120 in the chat so that I got permission to kick you off for just 1 second here. 120, someone put it in the chat. Tattoo it on your forehead. Say 120, there it is. I got it from Lauren. All right, sounds good. So 120, we'll be right back, and we're going to start right back up with some more sessions for you guys. Incredible speakers. Guys, thank you so much. Go to retirein10years.com/MM. Again, pay in full, get on this incredible program, and get a tax strategy that immediately will pay for the cost they're asking for and more. Or option 2, go in and put your deposit down just to show you're serious. That is an actual team of real people, and so there is a literal horsepower cap, if you will, manpower cap. And so just hold your spot for even that $500, and then we can figure out whatever you need afterwards to make it work for you in your situation. Guys, we'll see you at 120. Open up the link, though, in the next few minutes here, and we're just going to refresh everything. Guys, 120. We'll see you then. Bye.